Thank you. The next item of business is Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body questions. And at question number 1, I call Kevin Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body whether it will consider increasing the resources and staffing available to the Non-Government Bills Unit.
Maggie Chapman.
Thank you for that question. The NGBU is a clerking team supported by Parliament's lawyers and external drafters. It provides impartial and confidential support to members of Parliament who are not government ministers who wish to take forward a proposal for a member's bill. The unit provides support on a first-come, first-served basis. The corporate body seeks to ensure that, as far as possible, access to the NGBU is provided to members in an equitable way. However, the NGBU is a finite resource and it is also required to support committee bills, private bills and hybrid bills. The staffing complement of the unit was increased by 1 member of staff at the beginning of this session to reflect the high level of demand experienced for NGBU support for a large number of members' bills in the session. As the member will know, the procedural advice and guidance to any member is provided impartially. There are circumstances where full support is not provided nor needed, and I can go into more detail in that if the member would like, but I look forward to his supplementary.
Kevin Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank Ms Chapman for that answer. I obviously have no skin in the game here because I will not be returning to Parliament after the election. But I do feel, and we have heard from other members during the course of this session, that they have not been particularly well served by the Non-Government Bills Unit, not because the staff are not excellent, because they are, but there are too few of them. And that has meant that we are all having to deal with a backlog of members' bills at this moment in time, which really, quite frankly, is not good enough.
Can I have a question, please, Mr. Stewart?
I do have a question, Presiding Officer, and that is, I would like the corporate body to look at this very seriously, and I'd like assurance that that will be done so that we can have NGBU that actually works for members in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Maggie Chapman.
I'm grateful to Mr Stewart for his supplementary question. The corporate body has produced guidance on members' bills for all members for Session 7, and in doing so we have sought to ensure the system is equitable and efficient as it can be. In addition, the corporate body is not directive as to the specific number of posts or grades of posts in individual teams within any area of the Parliament, and there is always opportunity to flex across the clerking team if the NGBU is facing particularly high pressure at certain times of year. There are also changes recommended by the SPPA Committee to standing orders, requiring an introduction deadline 6 months earlier in the session for members' bills, and that was intended to help give more time for scrutiny, more time to work through the process, and we hope to ease some of the bottlenecks that some members have faced.
Thank you, Ms Chapman. Question number 2, I call Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body whether it will initiate a review of how the scheduling of parliamentary business during the current session has impacted on parliamentary resources, particularly in light of the large volume of Stage 3 proceedings in the final weeks.
Maggie Chapman.
I thank the member for his question. The corporate body is responsible for resourcing parliamentary services, but the programme of parliamentary business is a matter for Parliamentary Bureau. Agreement of business motions is a matter for the whole Parliament. Individual members are able to seek to amend business motions, to speak against them, or to speak about other items they would wish the Bureau to consider, including in future programmes. I know the Bureau is very mindful of the challenges in balancing the need to ensure that Parliament has the necessary time to scrutinise legislation against the impact that this increased sitting time has for members and the parliamentary service. That said, corporate body is concerned that extended business creates unsustainable pressures on member and staff welfare, as well as on resourcing. At the conclusion of this session, I can confirm that officials will review the impacts of scheduling of parliamentary business, and it will be for the incoming corporate body and Bureau to work together to ensure that Parliament has a sustainable operating model.
Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I was banned by Parliament for using the words chaotic and avoidable in my Lodge question, but I can use it in my supplementary because the last few weeks have been chaotic and have been entirely avoidable. I understand not the responsibility of the SPCB, but the corporate body and the government. So while welcoming the review that will take place and the discussions at the start of the next Parliament, can the member assure me that that will include encouraging the government, whoever they are, that they do not waste vital parliamentary time on issues that this Parliament has no say over, and we should focus on the devolved issues of this Parliament and ensure that these issues are prioritised in the next session?
Mr. Chapman, before you resume, I just would advise the Chamber that, of course, the Chamber Office staff process questions in accordance with standing orders, which are actually agreed by the Parliament. And where appropriate, they will advise on edits to allow questions to be put, which I understand is what happened in the instant case. Maggie Chapman.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. What I can say to the member is that while the scheduling of business is, as he acknowledges, not down to the corporate body has been, and we expect in Session 7 the corporate body and Bureau to work very closely together. I've already referred to some of the changes made to members' bills that should help with the bottleneck at this time of next session. But I think it is absolutely the responsibility of Parliament as a whole to determine the business that happens in this place. And the first point of discussions for that is with the Parliamentary Bureau, not corporate body.
Question number 3, Tim Eagle.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body what the estimated annual staff resource cost is to the SPCB of administering the random selection and processing system for oral questions that result in a not lodged status.
Maggie Chapman.
Thank the member for his question. Administering the electronic random draw for portfolio and general questions that subsequently result in a not lodged status does not generate a specific cost to the corporate body. The allocation of portfolio and general questions is done electronically by random draw each Monday after the midday deadline. Members whose names have been selected must lodge a question by midday on the Wednesday. If no question is received by that deadline, it's registered as not lodged. There is no specific cost of administering the draw for a question that is subsequently not lodged, and as there is no question lodged, no resources required to process it. If a question is not lodged, Chamber Desk marks it as such and emails the member to inform them and recommends that they inform the presiding officer of the reasons for not lodging. That's the only resource implication for not lodged questions.
I didn't actually think there would be much of a cost, but the wasted parliamentary time, I think that is another matter. Since January last year, there has been 55 not lodged questions, 38 of which actually do come from the SNP, with one former First Minister failing to lodge a question multiple times after voluntarily entering their name into the draw. I have members on my benches that want to be able to ask questions. I understand occasional mistakes can happen, but the sheer number of not lodged questions from the governing party concerns me. It blocks other members from questioning. Would the corporate body support the Parliament if it decided that not lodged questions should be reballoted on Thursdays to MSPs who actually will bother to submit a question?
Maggie Chapman.
I thank the member for his supplementary question, and I think we all share that frustration when those opportunities are lost. But while I note that that frustration does exist, there can be a whole range of reasons why questions result in being not lodged. What I would say is that the running of portfolio and general questions falls under the practice and procedures of the Parliament in relation to its business. This is therefore not directly a matter for corporate body. However, members can write to the SPPA committee on such matters, and I note that there are members of that committee in the room as we speak.
Question number 4, Douglas Lumsden.
To ask the Scottish Parliament corporate body whether the Edinburgh accommodation allowance for MSPs will be reviewed in light of the City of Edinburgh Council announcing that from the 1st of April 2026 the premium applied to council tax on second homes will increase from 100% to 300%.
Jason Carla.
The corporate body has met the additional costs of the second home premium on members' leased Edinburgh accommodation since it was first introduced in 2024. Provision of funding to cover the second home premium is provided in addition to the annual allocation. Continuation of this support has been built into the new members' expenses scheme, as the need for ongoing additional support was recognised by the corporate body during their recent review of the scheme prior to the new session. As there is no individual impact for members or call on their individual allocation, there is no need to review the Edinburgh accommodation allowance in light of the City of Edinburgh Council's decision to increase the premium paid in second homes from 100% to 300%. As I have already mentioned, ongoing payment of the premium, regardless of the amount, has already been accounted for in the proposed new scheme, which will be considered, in fact, by Parliament later today, when I will be moving a motion which I very much hope the member will support. In practice, any increase will be added directly to a member's allocation, as per the scheme rules at paragraph 2.1.5. The SPCB's view remains that these are second homes required for work purposes and as such should be exempt from payment of second home premiums, and we will therefore be writing to the Council to reiterate this point.
Douglas Lumsden.
Thank Jackson Carlo for that answer, and I agree with him that these second homes are not holiday homes, they are actually for MSPs to do their work. And can I also ask if the corporate body, if they're not to be exempt by Edinburgh Council, if the corporate body have considered a separate budget line that is not part of the Edinburgh expenses allowance for council tax to be paid from, so that it doesn't appear that remote MSPs are suddenly costing more money to the Parliament?
Jackson Carlo.
And the question that Mr Lumsden asks, the corporate body, the members' expenses scheme actually clearly states that the corporate body shall publish information on expenses reimbursed to members under the scheme and such form and at such intervals as the corporate body may determine. Now, as I have already said, we have recently included this ongoing support as part of the scheme rather than as a temporary position to ensure members' expenses are not disproportionately affected by such premiums, and as such, for transparency reasons, we believe it should continue to be published alongside other expenses incurred by members. Council tax costs have always been part of our published data, and these figures have included the premium since it was introduced in 2024. The corporate body recognises, however, that the level of increases we are now seeing could be seen to disproportionately increase the overall expense level of those members who are eligible for and choose to have accommodation in Edinburgh. We will therefore look at how this information is published to ensure that it is clear that what element is the normal council tax and what is the additional premium that has been applied.
I would advise members that I have 4 more questions. I have 4 minutes. I need much more succinct supplementary questions and responses. Question number 5, Richard Leonard.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I remind members of my voluntary register of interests to ask the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body whether it will reinstate the bust of Michael Mick McGarhy previously displayed in the garden lobby.
Lee Baker.
I thank Richard Leonard for the question. There are currently no plans to reinstate the bust of Mick McGarhy in the Scottish Parliament. The bust was loaned to the Parliament's art collection to mark the 100th anniversary of Michael McGarhy's birth over the anniversary date of the 29th of May 2025, and it remained in situ until the bust was returned to the NUM as agreed by the terms of the loan.
Richard Leonard.
It was wonderful to see the magnificent Ian Homer Walters bust on display for the centenary of Mick McGarhy's birth. But can I express my dismay to see him replaced a few weeks ago by a white marble cube? Mick McGarhy was a self-taught working-class visionary, a catalyst who reignited calls for the creation of this Parliament as far back as 1968. His ashes are buried under this building. His image should be displayed inside this building. That should be part of our legacy.
Mr Leonard, I need a question. Could you ask a question, please?
So can I simply ask, while there is still time, that this appeal is included in the corporate body's legacy report to the next session of Parliament?
Claire Baker.
Thank you. I recognise the member's promotion of this proposal and the strength of support that was expressed during Richard Leonard's members' debate, which marked a centenary since Michael McGarhy's birth. The last meeting of the corporate body took place this morning, and we did review and agree our legacy report. It does cover a range of issues. However, the corporate body did review and agree the memorial policy in February this year, and the position to not include permanent memorials remains the same.
Question number 6, Gillian Mackay.
To ask the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body whether MSP staff and SPS staff will benefit from the new National Bank holiday introduced to mark Scotland's participation in the Men's Football World Cup.
Jackson Carlo.
It's your instruction, Presiding Officer, no.
Gillian Mackay.
Why?
Jackson
The
Carlo.
corporate body will not designate Monday the 15th of June as an additional staff holiday for its staff. However, the corporate body recognises that many staff will wish to mark Scotland's men's team's participation in the World Cup for the first time since 1998, and managers will be encouraged to look favourably on requests for leave from staff. MSPs, as employers of their staff, are free to award additional leave to their staff and may therefore designate the 15th of June as an additional holiday if they wish to do so.
Question number 7, Martin Whitfield.
Deputy Presiding Officer, to ask the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body what its response is to the Standards Procedure and Public Appointments Committee announcement on pastoral support for MSPs that was made in this chamber on the 10th of March last.
Jackson Carlo.
It's harder to be succinct, Presiding Officer, but the corporate body noted with interest the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee's announcement. The corporate body offers a wide range of pastoral support measures for members who are subject of a complaint, including access to free, individualised and confidential counselling services, access to specialist psychological services and access to specialists who are trained in bullying and harassment complaints. These services are provided independently by qualified practitioners who are trained to use a trauma-informed approach. The corporate body is keen to engage with the SPPA committee to understand what more it considers can be done to support members in such circumstances.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm grateful for that response. The pastoral element of it was the most important and has come out in substantial evidence throughout the whole of this session. And I welcome the offer from corporate body to engage with the future committee on this matter. Would the member agree with me, however, that specialist knowledge in respect of MSP complaints has to be a prerequisite for those who are advising members that are subject to it, because it is almost a unique situation?
Jackson Carlo.
Yes, I think we can agree with that, and I hope these are matters that can be properly and further explored when the corporate body is able to engage with the SPPA committee on this issue.
I can squeeze in question 8 if it's the question and answers are brief. John Mason.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Parliamentary corporate body regarding its role in staffing and resourcing the lobbying register, what assessment it has made of the effectiveness of the register in its current form.
Christine Graham.
I thank the member for his question. The Lobbying Scotland Act 2016 was passed without division in this Parliament 10 years ago last week. In 2021, the Public Audit and Post-Legislative Scrutiny Committee took evidence and provided a report on the Act between March and September 2023, and at the request of the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee, SPICE undertook a further partial evaluation of the Act. The evaluation was published in October 2023. The SPPA Committee has not been able to undertake a further and fuller review in this session, but is expected to do so early in the next parliamentary session. It is at this point the next corporate body would be engaged in terms of the SPCB's role in providing the staffing and resources required for the lobbying register.
John Mason.
I thank the member for that answer, but I just wonder if she would agree with me that this is a complete waste of money and serves no valuable purpose at all.
Christine Graham.
No.
Thank you, Ms Graham, and I thank members for their cooperation. It's very helpful. That concludes Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body Question Time. The next item of business is Portfolio Question Time, and the portfolio this afternoon is Climate Action and Energy and Transport. And I'm just allowing front bench teams to get into position. Thank you, and I would wish to now make a start. So I will start with question number 1, which in fact has been withdrawn. I call question number 2, Meghan Gallacher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what steps it is taking to prevent further job losses in the oil and gas supply chain.
Cabinet Secretary Gillian Martin.
Thank you. Key policy levers for the offshore energy transition, including decisions on licensing, consenting and the fiscal regime for North Sea oil and gas, are reserved to the UK Government. There must be a parallel track approach to the transition, and what instead is happening at present is that reserve policies such as the Energy Profits Levy continuation are driving an accelerated decline of North Sea oil and gas before renewables are at their full potential. This is placing jobs at risk, and it's why we're calling for an immediate end to the levy and a sensible future fiscal regime. And the Scottish Government will also continue to support the energy workforce with the powers available to us.
Meghan Gallacher.
Under the SNP and UK Labour governments, the oil and gas industry is losing 1,000 jobs a month, which is having a catastrophic impact not just in the North East, but industrial areas such as Grangemouth and Westmoreland as well. Does the Cabinet Secretary accept that in order to save jobs right across Scotland and to ensure our own energy security, the SNP must reverse this reckless opposition to new oil and gas? And does she agree with me that we must drill Rosebank to secure our own energy future?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, first of all, the Scottish Government does not have a position against oil and gas. We support oil and gas workers, and we believe that the fields that are already existing have much more to give, as well as our energy workforce being boosted by the skills of oil and gas workers who have got a great deal of transferable skills. We announced joint funding with the UK Government of up to £18 million for the Oil and Gas Transition Training Fund. The First Minister officially opened the Energy Transition Skills Hub in Aberdeen, which is supported by £4.5 million of Scottish Government funding to harness those transferable skills so that oil and gas workers have got options. And indeed, we are still calling on the UK Government to have a serious look at the propositions that have been made by industry representatives around reversing or reforming the Energy Profits Levy. And indeed, the First Minister has written to Keir Starmer about the urgency associated with the energy security issues caused.
Supplementary, Karen Adam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It is Labour's reckless decision to continue the Energy Profits Levy, but it was started by the Tories, and that is causing hundreds of job losses. And experts are warning that it's going to cost thousands more. It's going to undermine the energy security and a just transition that we rely upon, and it will prevent billions of potential investments. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree with that Westminster is sabotaging the chances of fair transition? And can the Cabinet Secretary expand on what the Scottish Government is doing to support Scotland's energy workers?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Karen Adam for that question, and it's not just that me that agrees with Karen Adam, it's Offshore Energy UK and indeed Scottish Renewables UK that agree that the Energy Profits Levy is placing a just energy transition at risk. The Scottish Government is doing all we can with the levers available to us to support Scotland's skilled oil and gas workers to ensure they can carry their expertise and experience into different roles as the energy sector evolves. And I'm pleased to report that over 400 oil and gas workers have been approved for funding, supported by careers advice to access training related to roles in the sustainable energy sector through the Oil and Gas Transition Training Fund pilot. And earlier this week, the Deputy First Minister announced new funding to support 350 workers at ExxonMobil's Westmoreland ethylene plant to receive training and employment support at Fife College. And this builds on the reskilling and job support we provided at Grangemouth.
And supplementary, Mercedes Gallacher.
Thank you. The energy transition for workers in the oil and gas supply chain must be a truly just transition. It's therefore particularly concerning that approval of Rosebank may risk breaching international law due to Ithaca Energy being majority controlled by Delek Group, who have enabled and facilitated illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that oil and gas jobs in the North East should never come at the cost of supporting Israeli apartheid, illegal occupation and persecution of Palestinians? And will she make clear the Scottish Government's commitment to a just energy transition for all?
Yes, if we could focus on the matters within the Cabinet Secretary's portfolio.
I am singularly focused on a just transition, but approval of new oil and gas fields is reserved to the UK Government.
Question number 3, Sarah Boyack.
To ask the Scottish Government what assessment has been made of the regulatory framework currently in place to monitor the development and operation of data centres in Scotland in relation to ensuring that their energy use, water consumption and any environmental impacts are being effectively controlled.
Cabinet Secretary Gillian Martin.
Thanks, Sarah Boyack, for that question. Scotland benefits from a robust, although complex, regulatory and policy landscape that applies to data centre developments. Under the National Planning Framework 4, the Planning Authority must consider potential environmental impacts for any planning application. Beyond this, when a site is under development and in operation, there are a number of environmental regulations that may apply. These relate to on-site combustion plant, air emissions, energy use and storage, water abstraction and discharge, use of F-gas, waste management and fuel and chemical storage. The Scottish Environment Protection Agency, SEPA, is engaged in this framework, working with UK regulators where such regulation is reserved.
Sarah Boyack.
And I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. Stop Climate Chaos has warned that although the draft climate change plan outlines a range of policies aimed at increasing energy generation from renewables, it doesn't discuss the potential huge energy demand coming from data centres, something planning authorities are now having to consider. In Edinburgh, for example, a temporary moratorium on data centres has been agreed until the true level of energy and water consumption required is actually understood. So, to follow up what initial advice has been given, could the Cabinet Secretary outline what advice and monitoring the Scottish Government will provide, and can lessons be learned from Dublin and Amsterdam to tighten controls on large data centres, and from Odense where 100,000 homes are now being heated from a data centre?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yeah, I have to say that I really like hearing examples of where there's been planning decisions, where there's been co-location. I think data centres obviously need cooling, and indeed our homes need heating as well as our public buildings. So for me, it is an absolute no-brainer when it comes to, and these are obviously planning decisions that we were having a lot of discussions with our colleagues at COSLA about how we can be co-locating any developments that might actually have waste heat associated with them. And indeed, there will be a great deal of work happening on heat networks in the next Parliament.
Question number, a supplementary, Sue Webber.
Presiding Officer, Cabinet Secretary, given some of the safeguards in the current regulatory framework you've just outlined there's a massive data centre proposed in Edinburgh that's similar in size to occupy as much land as Murrayfield Stadium's entire ground. So will the Scottish Government make representations to make sure that full environmental impact assessment is carried out? That's what communities are calling for, considering the planned diesel backup generators, the impacts on air quality, the site's location on Greenbelt land and within the Scogger Special Landscape Area.
Cabinet Secretary.
Sue Webber will know that I can't comment on planning applications, but it's important that if a site does require an environmental impact assessment, SEPA will be consulted at the planning stage on any environmental impacts that might exist. But I come back to what was discussed in my earlier answer to Sarah Boyack. I think that all local authorities should be looking at the proposals and working out what they can co-locate with that in order to maximise the benefit of the co-location between centres.
Question number 4, Miles Briggs.
Scottish Government whether it will make an announcement regarding the development of the Sheriff Hall Junction before the end of the parliamentary session.
Cabinet Secretary Fiona Hislop.
I was first informed in a submission from Transport Scotland officials dated the 13th of March that the decision-making advice to me as Minister for the proposed Sheriff Hall Junction scheme will not be provided ahead of dissolution of this session of Parliament for the election. I am both disappointed and frustrated at this, but have been assured that every effort is being made for the decision to be made as soon as possible as part of a fair and efficient process, ensuring the decision is robust and supported by the available evidence.
Miles Briggs.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer? I think this is my 5th attempt at trying to get a decision brought before we hit this election period. I know from speaking to drivers across my Lothian region who are spending hours of their time in traffic every month that there is growing frustration that we have not seen the work on this upgrade begin. But I do welcome the answer the Cabinet Secretary has outlined to Parliament. We need to see this made a priority for the next Government and Parliament, and I hope the next Government will be able to give the green light to what will be a vital upgrade. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary if there is now any opportunity for when early in the next Parliament that decision will be brought forward?
Cabinet Secretary.
I have made it clear that I think this decision needs to be made, but it needs to be made robustly. Importantly, there is a small team within Transport Scotland, the Special Projects team, dedicated to this, who have had no prior involvement on the project, and they provide a coordinating role with the technical expertise, legal advisors' support as required. The chartered engineer, the qualified chartered engineer that has had no previous involvement in the scheme, has been leading the team for approximately 18 months. So they are well advanced in this. I had
anticipated that I would have been able to make a decision, but I have to have the advice presented to me. I think the officials are under no illusion that the new incoming government will be expected to have that presented to them to make an early decision in the new government.
Supplementary, Christine Crane.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm, like Miles Briggs, deeply disappointed. I use the A7 regularly. However, the Cabinet Secretary knows I wrote to Transport Scotland, I think I copied the Minister in, with regard to having a temporary third lane as you approach northwards on the A7 to the Sheriff Hall roundabout. I was told by Transport Scotland that they were in touch with Midlothian Council. I've yet to hear from Midlothian Council. Does the Minister, I beg your pardon, does the Cabinet Secretary know if they are liaising with each other? Because it would be good to find out.
Cabinet Secretary.
Transport Scotland and Midlothian Council met on the 23rd of February 2026 to discuss the feasibility of widening the northbound approach of the A7 to the A720, prompted by the exemplary, ever-diligent work of Christine Graham on behalf of her constituents. Midlothian Council, as the relevant roads authority for the A7, advised that at present they have no plans to widen the road and there is no accident history associated with this location. It was noted that any widening works would present engineering challenges, as well as the need to engage with private landowners. Midlothian Council also, and importantly, expressed concern that progressing with this work may ultimately prove not needed. So in the interim, Midlothian Council has agreed to undertake further temporary repairs to ensure the verge remains, and Transport Scotland will liaise with Bayer Scotland regarding any necessary repairs where the Trunk Road Sheriff Hall roundabout ties in with the A7.
Question number 5, Richard Leonard.
Presiding Officer, and can I remind members of my voluntary register of trade union interests to ask the Scottish Government whether it is content with the governance, accountability and delivery of both Scotland's water supply and wastewater treatment services.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you. We are content that the governance of our water industry is robust. The Scottish Water's Board includes a majority of non-executive members appointed by Scottish ministers to provide effective leadership and direction. As a public corporation, Scottish Water is held to account by ministers and this Parliament. The Scottish model also benefits from an established regulatory framework which has driven improved performance and compliance. The most recent report on Scottish Water's performance from its independent economic regulator demonstrates that customers continue to be satisfied with the high-quality services that Scottish Water provides.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for the answer? Last month, a report commissioned by Unison into Scottish Water questioned the regulatory framework. It warned of creeping privatisation, the ripping up of trade union policies and procedures, the outsourcing not only of major capital works but of day-to-day operations, and the rise of a fat cat boss's bonus culture, which I know the Cabinet Secretary has to defend, if for no other reason than that the First Minister signed them off for over a decade when he was the Finance Secretary. But will the Government back the calls in the report for a root and branch review into this creeping privatisation, this growing over-reliance on private subcontractors, this extraction of profits from a public good to line the pockets of private shareholders, or is the Cabinet Secretary content to see this public utility privatised by stealth?
Cabinet Secretary.
I reject claims that Scottish Water has been privatised in any way, not least stealth, as Richard Leonard characterises it. There's a great deal of build-out, remedial and new build-out of infrastructure for which Scottish Water has to procure services to augment the workforce that they have already. And the Scottish Government has no intention of halting or interfering in the procurement process, which is absolutely an operational matter for Scottish Water. It's important to us, it's important, I think, to everybody, that Scottish Water secures a supply chain that can deliver the vital innovation and investment necessary to adapt to climate change while maintaining service levels. And a great deal of Scottish companies will receive, and Scottish workers will receive contracts and work as a result of improvement works and new infrastructure build.
A brief supplementary, Willie Rennie.
I appreciate the Cabinet Secretary doesn't direct the affairs of Scottish Water, but can I, through her, appeal to Scottish Water to review its decision to delay the sewage upgrade scheme for Pitt and Weem in my constituency by 2 whole years? There's already subject to flooding and also sewage dumped into a very pretty part of the country. I would urge Scottish Water to review its decision to delay, and can the Cabinet Secretary perhaps have a little word?
Cabinet Secretary.
Willie Rennie's comments are now on the record, but I'll pass this back to my officials, and indeed I will write to them and ask about that particular instance.
And brief supplementary, Stuart McMillan.
Thanks, President Officer. In Scotland, public ownership means Scottish Water is run for public benefit rather than lining the pockets of shareholders. So can the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on how Scottish Water's performance as a publicly owned corporation compares to levels of service provided by companies in England and Wales?
For matters within the Cabinet Secretary's responsibility, please.
Scottish Water is performing well as a publicly owned corporation, but all profits go back into improving the service instead of going to shareholders, and that matches the level of service provided by companies in England and Wales. And while performance is not always calculated in the same way across nations, we can take pride that customer satisfaction with Scottish Water is consistently one of the highest in the UK utilities sector. In fact, Scottish Water was the top-rated water company in the UK Customer Satisfaction Institute Index last year. And indeed, performance levels have been achieved by ensuring that the average household charge in Scotland remains lower than the average in England and Wales. We're not complacent, though. There's a lot more to do. And indeed, I am pleased to always say that every penny of profit that comes through Scottish Water goes back into those improvements.
Question number 6, Ash Regan.
To ask the Scottish Government what actions it's taking to reduce journey times and congestion for commuters travelling to and from Edinburgh and East Lothian, including measures to progress with the delayed upgrade of Sheriff Hall roundabout and improve transport reliability across the region.
Cabinet Secretary Fiona Hislop.
Bus infrastructure projects to deliver swifter and more reliable bus journey times for passengers are being funded through our £20 million bus infrastructure fund this year, which will increase to £60 million in 2026-27. This includes design of bus infrastructure improvements along the London Road A1 corridor between Edinburgh and Tranent, alongside the development of a region-wide multimodal mass transit system in the longer term. On Sheriff Hall, the Scottish Government itself remains committed to delivering improvements as part of the City-Region deal, but this, of course, will be subject to the consideration of advice from officials and completion of the statutory authorisation process, which is due post-election, as referred to in my previous answer to Mr Briggs.
Ash Regan.
Public trust and economic confidence require the delivery of this essential infrastructure, such as that at Sheriff Hall, on time and on budget. And Scottish people want affordable, reliable public transport, but we shouldn't punish car users when alternatives are lacking. Currently, there are Green proposals to cut an essential weekday link through Holyrood Park, and this is opposed by many in Edinburgh Eastern who rely on it regularly. And in East Lothian, they are facing imposed parking charges despite clear local consensus that they're both unnecessary and will be harmful to the economy. So can I ask, will the Government centre communities in these type of connectivity decisions and not punish car drivers?
Cabinet Secretary.
So the member is obviously representing constituent concerns that have contacted her, but the member has also been a member of this Parliament for some time. She will know that Holyrood Road and Holyrood Park is the responsibility of Historic Environment Scotland, and she will know that the car parking issue is the responsibility of the Council. And as the Presiding Officer frequently reminds us, we should be answering questions for those issues for which we have responsibility.
Question number 7, Ariane Burgess.
To ask the Scottish Government regarding its environmental strategy and responsibilities, what evaluation it has made of the UK Government's National Security Assessment on global biodiversity loss, ecosystems collapse and national security, published in January 2026.
Cabinet Secretary Gillian Martin.
I thank Ariane Burgess for that question. The draft environment strategy was published for public consultation last year, and it included policies to build Scotland's resilience to climate change and other global environmental risks. And while revising the strategy in response to the views that were raised in the consultation, we've considered the UK Government report that highlights that our national security is at threat from global ecosystem degradation and collapse. National security is, of course, a reserved matter, and the Scottish Government is working to protect our communities and economy by investing in ecosystem protection and restoration and ensuring Scotland's food systems are secure and resilient.
Ariane Burgess.
The assessment makes clear our way of life is overly reliant on nations and regions at risk of near-future ecosystems collapse. It also states we too face such a collapse. The report says major intervention is needed to reverse current trends and ensure a stable future for Scotland. Given we now have a raft of climate, land use and food-related legislation from this session, and the UK's own security assessment now treats biodiversity collapse as equivalent to other strategic threats, will the Scottish Government extend that logic and make biodiversity restoration a formal condition of all infrastructure investment and subsidy decisions?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, it's not possible to predict all impacts, but the Scottish Government's Food Security Unit also monitors food system resilience and engages widely. But Ariane Burgess is right to point to the fact that we rely on our resilience as a nation, and every nation does, on their natural environment, and we need to prioritise protecting our natural environment, but also halting biodiversity loss, which can cause the collapse that she's alluded to as well. She's asked me very specific questions about regulation, which I don't feel that I'm able to answer right now, but I certainly will take our comments away with me. We've got a Natural Environment Act now, climate change plan coming, and the finalised version, the biodiversity strategy, and a great deal of work to do in the next Parliament.
Question number 8, Faisal Chowdhury.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it plans to formally define green to ensure alignment with net zero targets in its designation of data centres as a national priority.
Cabinet Secretary Gillian Martin.
Thank you. The Scottish Government recognises that data centres are vital to deliver on our digital ambitions and our transition to a net zero economy. Their designation as a national development in National Planning Framework 4, approved by this Parliament, highlights their importance and the expectation that future projects will align with Scotland's climate commitments. Where new development proposals come forward, it is, though, for the Planning Authority to interpret and apply NPF4 according to the circumstances of each case, considering factors such as renewable energy use, energy-efficient technologies, reduced water consumption and opportunities to reuse excess heat.
Faisal Chowdhury.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her reply. What assessment has the Scottish Government made of the potential impact of hyperscale data centres on Scotland's statutory climate targets and consumer energy bills, and whether it will consider an immediate moratorium on such projects until a clear definition of green data centres is established?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, as Mr Chowdhury will know, work is already underway through the Strategic Spatial Energy Plan, which is the SSEP, and where the 4 nations are involved in that, and the Connections Accelerator programmes, which will help inform how Scotland manages future energy demand, including from data centres, in a way that supports grid resilience and our net zero pathwork. That work of the SSEP was jointly commissioned by the UK, Scottish and Welsh governments. It will assess the optimal locations, quantities, types of energy infrastructure required across a range of all possible futures to meet future energy demand.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes portfolio questions on climate action and energy and transport. Point of order, Douglas Lumsden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. During the portfolio questions, the Cabinet Secretary Gillian Martin said that the Scottish Government doesn't have a position against new oil and gas. That is simply not true. The draft energy strategy was published by the SNP Government more than 3 years ago and has its presumption against new oil and gas in black and white. So can you advise, how can the Cabinet Secretary correct the record and avoid misleading this chamber? Thank you.
Mr Lumsden, that is not a point of order. Mr Lumsden will be aware by now that the Chair is not responsible for in broad brush for the contributions of members. He will also be aware of the corrective mechanism that is available. I would now intend, I think the front bench teams have in the interim moved on, so I would intend to now proceed with the next item of business, which is Stage 3 proceedings for the Restraint and Seclusion in Schools Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments members should have, the bill as amended at Stage 2, that is SP Bill 61A, the marshalled list and the groupings of amendments. The division bell will sound and proceedings will be suspended for around 5 minutes. For the first division of the Stage 3, the period of voting for the first division will be 30 seconds. Thereafter, I will allow a voting period of 1 minute for the first division after a debate. Members who wish to speak in the debate on any group of amendments should press the request to speak buttons or enter the letters RTS in the chat function as soon as possible after I call the group, and members should now refer to the marshalled list of amendments. And so we turn to Group 1 on scope and application of restraint and seclusion provisions. I call Amendment 1 in the name of John Mason, grouped with Amendments 3 and 6. And I call on John Mason to move Amendment 1 and to speak to other amendments in the group. Mr Mason.
Thank you very much. And I would want to move Amendment 1, which provides a regulation-making power to amend the definitions of restraint and seclusion in Section 1 of the Bill at a future date, where ministers consider it necessary to do so. I understand that the Cabinet Secretary is keen on such an amendment, and I think it does make a lot of sense. This regulation-making power could be exercised where necessary to prevent the current definitions capturing actions which do not carry a significant risk of harm, or, on the other hand, to allow the definitions to capture additional actions which do carry a significant risk of harm. The regulations are subject to the affirmative procedure, which will provide Parliament with an opportunity for scrutiny. If I can set out why I consider that this amendment matters and how the bill now offers a clearer and more practical approach to restraint and seclusion in schools. At stage 1, we in the committee had some reasonable concerns that the bill would not accidentally pull in routine and harmless interactions like guiding a child by the hand across the road or offering physical support as part of their everyday care. Committee also wanted to make sure that the system would be workable for staff without unnecessary paperwork or confusion. Since then, at stage 2, a number of changes that directly address these points were introduced into the bill. The bill now includes clear definitions of restraint and seclusion. Statutory guidance will provide clarity about the difference between action that significantly restricts a child's movement and something that is simply day-to-day support. That should mean that we can clearly say that holding a child's hand or other ordinary interactions are not restraint and are not covered by the bill. Restriction of movement, such as with equipment used as part of a child's agreed support plan, may still fall within the definition of restraint in Section 1. But regulations made under Section 4(4)A, which the committee agreed at stage 2, can specify that such actions are types of restraint that do not need to be recorded or reported. My amendment would ensure that the definitions in the bill remain appropriate and workable. If in future activity that is genuinely routine is still being mistakenly treated as restraint or seclusion, an adjustment can be made to the definition in Section 1. This should ensure that the framework always remains practical and proportionate. Together, these changes respond directly to the committee's concerns and should create a balanced, workable system that protects children while supporting the professionals who care for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mason. I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 3 and other amendments of the Group. Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I thank John Mason for bringing forward Amendment 1. This regulation-making power would only be used by ministers where they consider it necessary to ensure that the definitions only capture actions which carry a significant risk of harm. Further safeguards are provided in that ministers must consult before laying regulations, and the affirmative procedure will also apply. Amendment 1 ensures that the definitions can remain workable, proportionate and fit for purpose as circumstances and practice evolves. This directly assesses concerns raised by the committee at stage 1 and our trade unions, and I support it. Amendment 3 adjusts the duty in Section 3, which requires schools to inform parents of incidents of restraint or seclusion, so that it does not apply to those types of restraint or seclusion that are specified in regulations made under Section 4(4)A as non-reportable. This ensures that the parental notification duty is fully aligned with any changes to the recording and reporting duty in future. To require schools to notify parents of such incidents would be overburdensome and create unnecessary complexity for teachers. Amendment 3 allows ministers to set the types of restraint and seclusion that need not be recorded and reported to parents should interventions of no concern unintentionally fall within the bill's definition of restraint and seclusion. I am grateful to our teaching unions, with whom I met this morning, for suggesting a constructive and practical proposal in this area. This amendment directly addresses their concern and feedback additionally from the committee. Amendment 6 is a straightforward but important technical amendment concerning the definition of school in the bill. Section 6 of the bill adopts the definition of school set out in the Education Scotland 1980 Act, and under Mr Johnson's definition in the bill, nursery schools are explicitly excluded. However, as currently drafted, this does not exclude nursery classes within a primary school. I understand Mr Johnson's intention has always been that the bill should not extend to nursery-aged children or early years provision. This is therefore effectively a tidy-up amendment to ensure that whether in a nursery school or nursery class, the provisions of this bill will not apply. That is in line with Daniel Johnson's clear policy intention behind the bill. And, Presiding Officer, to conclude, I support Amendment 1. I would encourage members to support my Amendments 3 and 6.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I call Willie Rennie.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm a strong supporter of this bill. I also think these amendments are proportionate and balanced. I think we have to recognise that there is some anxiety and concern among staff and unions, in particular the Community Union, AHDS, the SSTA, SLS and the EIS. They would have liked amendments to be submitted at stage 2 and 3, and I'm speaking in absence and in addition to the amendments that have been tabled today. In particular, they've got concerns around about the definition. They believe on the definition of restraint that there's a degree of ambiguity and also it's subjective, and therefore they have got anxiety about how that will turn out in practice. And they believe that in some cases specialist equipment could be excluded from use and could be classed as restraint and inappropriate restraint. Yes, certainly.
Cabinet Secretary.
Rennie, for giving way on that point. I met with the EIS and the Association for Heads and Deputies this morning and the other teaching trade unions and talked to some of their concerns in this area. It is the case, of course, that through the statutory guidance that will be in place, there will require to be a level of consultation with the trade unions, and I very much hope that the trade unions will engage with government to that end to resolve some of the matters that Mr Rennie has rightly raised today in terms of their
Willie Rennie.
And I think they would very much welcome that. This is about an issue of culture in our schools, which has been evolving over time. We're adapting to the high demand on additional support needs, on behaviours in school, and we're trying to get the culture right and balanced and appropriate, which looks after young people at the same time as providing a good educational environment and ruling out inappropriate restraint and seclusion. So it's about making sure that we have clear guidance and understanding about what can and cannot be done. And that's why I think it is important to have the appropriate consultation when we do go through these processes later through the guidance. They've also got a concern about the wide definition around about seclusion. And that's why I think it is equally important that we do have that consultation and engagement. I'm going to come back in the final debate next week around about the issues of workload, resource and the culture issue that I've already referred to. But I will be supporting the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Mr Rennie. I call Daniel Johnson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I begin by just stating that, as the member in charge, I'll be supporting all 3 amendments in the group. Indeed, I'll be supporting all amendments that have been brought forward this afternoon. And I'd like to thank the government in particular for giving me early sight of their drafting. And indeed, there was some discussion as to whether I would table or not. I think much of these amendments are about the operability, and therefore I think it's really important that we hear from the government for them. On the particular amendments, can I thank John Mason for lodging Amendment 1, and I thank his interest throughout the bill process. He's absolutely right. It's really important that we don't inadvertently capture things that we would expect and encourage indeed within our schools in terms of physical contact, especially for primary school aged children. So therefore I think the amendment that he brings forward I think is proportionate and provides a safeguard in terms of any such inadvertent capturing of those sorts of behaviours. I would also note that I think it does address the issues that have been raised by the teaching unions, and can I thank Willie Rennie not only for bringing those forward this afternoon, and I think it's important to have those on record, but also for going through each of the acronyms and sparing me from having to do the same thing. But I think those concerns are real. I think actually that having these provisions to adjust the definitions through secondary legislation is a better way of addressing those concerns than actually making explicit exclusions on the face of the bill, because actually that, I think, means that we can have a more nuanced approach to them. I would also note the concerns raised by the Children's Commissioner, and I believe that they are urging members not to support Amendment 1. But let me say this. I understand their concerns, particularly around altering the definitions for seclusion. But I think there are important safeguards here, that these amendments would be subject to consultation. They would also be subject to the affirmative procedure. Therefore, the Government would have to make a case for the alterations, and Parliament will have the final say as to whether or not they proceed. I believe that that makes these provisions proportionate and indeed safe. On Amendment 3, I think it is important that we are able to adjust the reporting requirements in line with changes to the definition, so I welcome this amendment. And likewise on Amendment 6, I think we can all understand that the nature of looking after nursery school children is very different to primary school age children. It is literally a hands-on activity. I think, and therefore, it's really important that we exclude nursery classes, classrooms and children from the bill, because I think it's a complex area, and I very much welcome Amendment 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Johnson. I call on John Mason to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 1. Mr Mason.
Thank you very much. And I welcomed both Daniel Johnson and Willie Rennie's comments, as well as the Cabinet Secretary. I think Willie Rennie uses the word ambiguity, and other people would use the word flexibility. And there is a balance to be struck in there. I fully accept that. And if we're too rigid, then perhaps something's caught that's not meant to be. If we're too relaxed, then it's the other way around. And the example we had at committee was frequently the child running across the road, and you want to grab them in any way you can, frankly, to stop them being run over. And so I think that's why we need a degree of flexibility. I do understand the Union's point of view, and also the Commissioner, which I've read their submission as well. And the Commissioner's job is to be on the cautious side. I accept that. And that's absolutely fine. But I would suggest that Amendment 1 gets the balance roughly right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mason. The question is that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. We turn to Group 2 on consultation. I call Amendment 2 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary in a group on its own. And I call the Cabinet Secretary to move and to speak to Amendment 2. Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, Amendment 2 is a minor amendment to allow consultation on the first set of statutory guidance to begin before relevant sections in the bill are brought into force. It provides ministers with flexibility in this area, and it would benefit the Government's engagement with stakeholders, including our school staff, teaching unions, families and children and young people, whose input will be critical to the successful design and implementation of the guidance. I therefore invite members to support Amendment 2, and I move it.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I call Daniel Johnson.
Thank you very much. I think Amendment 2 is sensible. In essence, allows the Government to get on with it, do the consultation ahead of the bill coming into force. Therefore, I think it's sensible and practical, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Johnson. And has the Cabinet Secretary anything to add by way of wind-up?
Nothing further to add.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The question is that Amendment 2 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 3 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, ready to debate with Amendment 1. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Formally moved. Presiding Officer, Amendment 4 removes the provision.
I'm on Amendment 3.
Sorry.
At the moment, and Cabinet Secretary has moved Amendment 3 formally. So I will put the question. The question is that Amendment 3 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are. The Parliament is agreed. So we now turn to Group 3 on regulation making powers. I call Amendment 4 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, group with Amendments 5 and 7, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 4 and to speak to other amendments to group. Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, Amendment 4 removes a provision which is now unnecessary because the same provision was made in another amendment agreed to at Stage 2. Amendments 5 and 7 add a power to modify enactments to 2 of the regulation-making powers in the bill, where this is necessary to ensure that the bill operates as intended. I have been careful to ensure that these are not broad or open-ended powers. They are targeted to ensure that the provisions of the bill, such as the regulation-making power enabling more frequent reporting to a national body in the future, can work as intended. Together, these amendments strengthen the workability and legal precision of the bill. I move Amendment 4.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I call Daniel Johnson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And indeed, just to echo the Cabinet Secretary's comments, these are technical amendments which enable the Government to bring forward secondary legislation to ensure that the bill is workable and is implementable. I note the Cabinet Secretary's comments about making sure that they are focused on the intent and purpose of the bill. That's always something that I like to encourage from the Government rather than sweeping powers, and I very much welcome that the Government has brought forward amendments which have that focused scope. And I urge members to support Amendments 4, 5 and 7. Thank you. Thank
you, Mr Johnson. And does the Cabinet Secretary have anything to add by way of wind-up?
Nothing further to add.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The question is that Amendment 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendments 5, 6 and 7, all in the name of the Cabinet Secretary and all previously debated. I invite the Cabinet Secretary to move Amendments 5 to 7 en bloc.
Moved en bloc.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 5 to 7? No member objects. Therefore, the question is that Amendments 5 to 7 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed, and that therefore ends consideration of amendments. I would take this opportunity to advise members that, as members will be aware, the presiding officer is required under standing orders to decide whether or not, in her view, any provision of a bill relates to a protected subject matter. That is, whether it modifies the electoral system and franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. In the case of this bill, in the presiding officer's view, no provision of the Restraint and Seclusion in Schools Scotland Bill relates to a protected subject matter. Therefore, the bill does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3, and there will be a short pause to allow frontbench teams to change position. Thank you. The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 21148 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a timetable for the Stage 3 consideration of the Visitor Levy Amendment Scotland Bill. I would ask any member who wishes to speak to the motion to please press the Request to Speak button. And no member has done so, and therefore I call on Martin Whitfield on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Mr Whitfield. So the question is therefore that motion 21148 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. The next item of business is Stage 3 proceedings for the Visitor Levy Amendment Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have the bill as amended at Stage 2, that is SP Bill 79A, the marshalled list and the groupings of amendments. The division bell will sound and proceedings will be suspended for around 5 minutes for the first division of the Stage 3. The period of voting for the first division will be 30 seconds. Thereafter, I will allow a voting period of 1 minute for the first division after a debate. Members who wish to speak in the debate on any group of amendments should press the Request to Speak buttons or enter the letters RTS in the chat function as soon as possible after I call the group. And members should now refer to the marshalled list of amendments. So we turn to Group 1 on Visitor Levy Scheme Modifications, Basis and Setting of Levy. I call Amendment 1 in the name of the Minister, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings, and I call on the Minister to move Amendment 1 and to speak to other amendments in the group. Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, Amendments 1, 2, 3, 17, 18, 19 and 20 are technical amendments in connection with the provisions of the bill that introduce a new basis for setting the visitor levy and the associated ability for local authorities to switch from one basis to another. They ensure that the provisions that govern the basis and setting of a levy for new schemes will also apply in a similar way whenever an existing scheme is modified. Amendment 1 ensures that the power preventing a new scheme from imposing a mixture of levies based on fixed amounts and percentage rates also applies whenever an existing scheme is modified. Amendments 2 and 3 ensure that requirements on setting a fixed amount of levy for a new scheme also apply whenever an existing percentage-based scheme is modified to set the levy on a fixed amount basis. And Amendments 17, 18, 19 and 20 achieve the same effect when a scheme is modified to set the levy on a percentage rate basis rather than a fixed amount. Amendment 24 amends Section 7 and allows for an authority when both introducing and modifying a scheme to specify a maximum number of nights of stay to which the levy applies. It also requires a local authority to consult before specifying any such maximum. And Amendments 7 21 and 22 are consequential on the removal from the bill at stage 2 of the option to set a levy as a fixed amount on a per person per night basis. Amendment 7 updates a cross-reference in section 26 of the Act relating to returns so that it refers instead to section 6A. Amendment 21 removes the requirement for levy schemes to specify the method by which a fixed amount of levy is to be calculated. This is already covered by new section 6A. And Amendment 22 removes a redundant cross-reference to the method specified in a scheme for calculating a levy. I move Amendment 1 in my name. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. No other members have asked to speak. Is there anything else you wish to add, Minister?
Nothing further.
Okay, the question is that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament's agreed. I call Amendment 2 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 1. Minister to move forward.
Moved.
Okay, the question is that Amendment 2 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 3 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 1. Minister to move formally.
Moved.
The question is Amendment 3 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. And that takes us to Group 2, Visitor Levy Schemes. I call Amendment 4 in the name of the Minister. Group with amendments as shown in the groupings. Minister to move Amendment 4 and speak to the other amendments.
Group 2 relates to 9 amendments which provide for an explicit power to allow local authorities, if they choose to do so, to permit the accommodation provider to retain a proportion of the visitor levy payable to help mitigate against possible additional administrative costs. Amendment 4 sets out the main power for local authorities to permit such deductions if they choose to do so. It also provides that the maximum level of deduction should be set as either a fixed amount or a percentage of the levy. The amendment also allows ministers to make further provision by regulations about deductions by liable persons if needed in the future. And Amendment 23 provides for a new Part 1A to be added to the schedule of the bill. It includes required changes to other provisions of the Act to accommodate the ability of local authorities to permit deductions. The changes ensure that where deduction is permitted, it is reflected in accommodation providers' duties to account for and pay the levy minus the amount they are permitted to retain. No deduction will be permitted where an authority has imposed any penalty under the Act on the provider in respect of the same return period. Because local authorities will need to include in their scheme whether they permit deductions and what the maximum permitted amount is, Amendments 8 and 9 provide that where an authority has published and consulted on a scheme outline, or where the authority has published, consulted and decided to proceed with the levy, then the authority does not need to consult again on changes to its scheme necessary to reflect the new requirements introduced in this bill. The other amendments in this group are primarily technical and consequential changes, including commencement. I move Amendment 4.
Thank you. I call Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just to comment very briefly on this group, I welcome these amendments. They deal with an issue that's been raised by many accommodation providers, that the cost of administering the visitor levy will fall upon them. This will allow them, if a local authority agrees, to retain a proportion of the sums collected to help cover costs. All I would say to the Minister, and perhaps he can address this in winding up, is that I hope the Scottish Government will encourage councils to act very reasonably if they're introducing the visitor levy, to ensure that this exemption is applied.
Minister Windup.
To this opportunity to agree with Murdo Fraser that it's important that, as we have done right through this process, that the administrative burden and costs on businesses is reflected, and I would encourage local authorities to look favourably on any conversations they're having with local businesses about administrative costs.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. We come to Group 3, application of levy and exemptions. I call Amendment 5 in the name of Murdo Fraser. Group with amendments 6, 25, 26 and 32. Murdo Fraser to move Amendment 5 and speak to other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Scottish Conservatives support this bill, which makes some much-needed corrections to the original flawed legislation, and I'll say more about the context in the closing debate next week. But in the meantime, I want to speak briefly to my 2 amendments in this group, Amendment 5 and Amendment 6. And these have the purpose of exempting camping and caravan sites from the legislation, therefore ensuring that those staying in these sites will not be subject to a visitor levy. Now, we attempted to make a similar change to the original legislation when it went through Parliament, but those amendments were rejected at that time. But it remains my view that this matter should be reconsidered, particularly given the changes in the legislation being introduced here. Camping and caravanning, including staying in static caravans, is a low-cost, affordable holiday option for many families who could not otherwise afford a break. And I can certainly remember growing up, and I'm sure others in the chamber will remember the same. That was the sort of holidays we had as a family. Indeed, I still have the memories of a weekend in Oban in a static caravan when it rained every day, as it sometimes does. Presiding Officer, as we face a cost of living crisis and rising bills everywhere, we should not be making the cost of a short break in Scotland even more expensive and therefore out of reach for low-income families who might not be able to afford a holiday of any other sort. Now, I appreciate that if councils bring in a visitor levy on a percentage basis, those staying in campsites or in a caravan park will be paying less than those staying in a more expensive place like a hotel or larger self-catering premises. However, if the councils take advantage of the flexibility offered in this bill to implement a fixed fee option, then the prices might be set the same, and that would have a disproportionate impact on the cheaper end of the market. And that's why I think we need to revisit the issue at this point and take the opportunity to exempt campsites and caravan parks. The Holiday and Residential Parks Association has calculated that if a charge of £2 per person per night was applied, that could add £168 to a fortnight's break in a static caravan for a family of 6. That is a very significant additional cost. So, Presiding Officer, I do not want to see anybody, least of all those from low-income families, put in a position where they cannot afford a holiday because of the imposition of a visitor levy. That's why these amendments are required, and I move Amendment 5.
Thank you, Mr Fraser. I now call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 25 and other amendments in the group. Mr Kerr.
Presiding Officer, as Murdo Fraser has said, this particular group of amendments goes to the practical application of the visitor levy and whether legislation properly recognises the realities of how accommodation is actually provided across Scotland. So my amendments in this group are straightforward but important. They address situations where the levy risks falling on forms of accommodation that were never really the focus of the policy in the first place, and where its application could produce consequences that are clearly disproportionate. Amendment 25 concerns very small-scale accommodation that forms part of someone's principal residence. In practical terms, that means a classic single-room bed and breakfast, someone letting out a spare room in their own home, or single-occupancy self-catering accommodation. These are not large commercial tourism operations, and in many cases they are individuals or families who open their part of their home to visitors to supplement their income. And I think that distinction matters because although these are small businesses and even micro businesses, they form an important part of the overall strategic market offering. And across Scotland, particularly in rural and semi-rural communities, these small providers are absolutely part of the fabric of the tourism sector and form an important part of it. They offer flexibility, local knowledge and the kind of personal welcome that visitors come to Scotland to experience. And for many of those households, the income is modest, but it is meaningful. We should be careful not to design a system that places additional administrative burdens or financial pressure on exactly those small operators that I'm talking about. Presiding Officer, one of the lessons from the development of the original visitor levy legislation is that policies that appear straightforward in principle can produce complicated consequences, often unintended, once they become operational in the real world. And we are debating this amending bill today precisely, as Murdo Fraser said earlier, because aspects of the original Act required further thought. However, I do acknowledge that some in this chamber, perhaps even the Minister, because we did have an exchange about a similar idea in the Stage 2 debate, may have concerns about inputting such an exemption to the visitor levy at this late stage without wider consultation with the sector on this specific exemption. Therefore, I have proposed an Amendment 32 as an alternative to Amendment 25 if it is not to be accepted by the Minister. This amendment takes the same principle and applies it to the statutory review of visitor levy schemes. It would require a local authority, when carrying out a review of its scheme, to consider whether exemptions or reimbursement arrangements should apply in cases such as those described in Amendment 25. In other words, it creates a clear moment of reflection, a requirement to consider whether the scheme, once in operation, is having unintended effects on very small providers operating from their homes. To give way to Mark Griffin.
Mark Griffin, briefly.
I take on board the points that Murdo Fraser and the member are making. What I'm concerned about is giving local authorities ultimate flexibility to decide on these exemptions rather than us taking a decision on a national basis. Local authorities know their own areas best. Are they not best placed to be making these decisions?
Stephen Kerr.
I understand, I think, clearly the argument that Mark Griffin is making, but sometimes when it comes to the introduction of any kind of new taxation, and particularly given the straitened financial affairs of many of our local authorities in Scotland who might be tempted to take these measures and apply them in a blanket way, I think consideration of this very small business, this micro-business sector, important business sector within the tourism economy, it's worthy of our consideration as an amendment on the face of the bill. Hence, I brought forward these amendments in the first place. Because there's nothing in these amendments that prevents a visitor levy operating. Local authorities would retain full discretion to run their schemes, particularly in relation to my Amendment 32. What these amendments do is introduce a measure of proportionality and common sense. Scotland's tourism sector is not uniform. The country is not uniform. It ranges from the large commercial operators to the individuals welcoming visitors into their homes. Legislation that treats those situations exactly the same risks getting the balance wrong. So in conclusion, I strongly urge members to support Amendment 25, as I do not believe we can wait 3 years for review, as by that time I fear many of the businesses that I'm seeking to protect may no longer be in the market. However, if Amendment 25 is not supported, I strongly encourage colleagues to support Amendment 32 for the reasons that I have already outlined.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. I now call Tim Eagle to speak to Amendment 26 and other amendments in the group.
Well, thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I don't need to speak for very long. At stage 2, I brought to the committee a concern around the national exemption on health grounds. My theory for this is, in the Highlands and Islands, it is very common, in fact across the North East I should say as well, it is very common that people have to travel for healthcare. They might travel from Murray down to Aberdeen, they might travel from the Western Isles to Raigmore, and as it stands with the visitor levy, those people travelling for a health appointment, because they cannot get in their own near to their own home, would be required to pay the visitor levy. Now, I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that's right. Now, what the Minister will say to me is the councils have the ability to put in place an exemption so that people don't have to pay. And I thought, well, that's all well and good, apart from the fact Edinburgh Council have already put in place a visitor levy, and they did not put in place an exemption for healthcare, is my understanding. But it is entirely possible, under the NHS Operational Improvement Plan 2025, in order to bring down waiting lists that the government put in place, that you'd have somebody from the North East or the Highlands and Islands coming down to the Central Belt in order to get treatment. If they required to stay in a hotel, they would have to pay the visitor levy. I don't think it is fair, right, I think it is perfectly reasonable, that we should have a national exemption for an NHS appointment for those in rural areas. Otherwise, I think we are doing them an injustice, and I would hope that everybody in this chamber can get behind that today.
Thank you, and I now call the Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government will oppose all the amendments in this group. Amendments 5 and 6, in the name of Murdo Fraser, both seek to adjust the definition of overnight accommodation in the Visitor Levy Act to exclude certain forms of camping and caravan parks from the scope of the Visitor Levy. Amendment 5 would remove camping sites and caravan parks, and Amendment 6 would remove camping sites, but only where the provision of the site is ancillary to the income of the main business activity. Decisions on which accommodation type should fall within the Act were taken following extensive engagement with stakeholders. There has not been that engagement with these amendments. Introducing national exclusions would also remove discretion from local authorities to charge the levy in respect of any such excluded accommodation. Amendment 6 would require local authorities and accommodation providers to assess whether a camping site is ancillary to the income of the main business activity, and it's unclear what ancillary means in this context. And local authorities and providers will be required to interpret business models and income structures, potentially leading to disputes and inconsistency across local authority areas. Amendment 25, in the name of Stephen Kerr, would require ministers to make regulation to establish national exemptions for single-room bed and breakfast accommodation that forms part of the provider's principal residence and single-occupancy self-catering premises. This would likewise reduce the flexibility that the Act gives local authorities to decide whether such exemptions are appropriate for their area, and it would impose national exemptions without the benefit of full consultation and an assessment of the impacts. Industry does not support this amendment, as it would in effect introduce occupancy-based distinctions that were removed at stage 2 when the per person per night model was removed. Amendment 26 in the name of Tim Eagle would also require ministers to make regulation to exempt the use of overnight accommodation where the visitor is attending a medical appointment. The legislation is deliberately designed to give councils the flexibility to shape visitor levy schemes in a way that best addresses local needs and circumstances, including any local exemptions. A national exemption of this kind would reduce the flexibility requiring all authorities, regardless of local context, to apply it. And I'll give way.
Jamie Hawker-Johnson.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to the Minister taking that exemption, intervention. I mean, will you accept that if you're a council, perhaps in the Central Belt, and you're having patients coming down, and perhaps their family as well, or somebody coming with them, and they have no option other than stay overnight because of the limited transport, what possible advantage or reason would a council in Glasgow, the Central Belt, give an exemption for a person coming from Orkney or Shetland or somewhere else? That's why they're not doing it. Does the Minister think that's acceptable?
Minister. The key point here is local flexibility, allowing local authorities the ability to be able to manage that scheme as they see fit. And I'm sure councils are perfectly capable of engaging with each other where there are issues that affect multiple councils through existing mechanisms. So the amendment in particular would require authorities and accommodation providers to establish if each visitor using overnight accommodation attended a medical appointment. And this may involve checking appointment evidence, including the sharing of personal information. It requires new administrative processes, creating additional burdens on businesses. So while I understand the reasons behind the amendment, I believe these matters are best addressed through local exemptions rather than imposing new national exemptions without the benefit of consultation or an assessment of the impact. Yeah.
Tim Eagle. I think I just want to I want you to reconsider this. I'm not quite sure I understand what the objection is to this. Like, this seems perfectly right. We're not talking about a huge amount of people. We've already got the example of Edinburgh where we have proved the case that actually it might be possible that people will have to travel and pay the visitor levy. Surely that's a rural penalty. That is absolutely a rural penalty. And for everything we're doing to try and stop rural depopulation, for the government not to get this, I think is quite concerning. So I urge the Minister, reflect on this very quickly and agree with me to allow this national exemption. All you're agreeing today is to put it in regulations. We've got time to chat after this, but it should be in regulations.
Always through the Chair. Minister.
As I already said, the scheme is deliberately designed to give local authorities the ability to tailor the scheme to suit local circumstances. Turning to Amendment 32 in the name of Stephen Kerr would require local authorities, when reviewing their visitor levy scheme, to assess whether exemptions or reimbursement arrangements should be introduced for single-room bed and breakfasts, accommodation that forms part of a provider's principal residence, or single occupancy self-catering accommodation. While I recognise the desire to support small accommodation providers, the Act already gives local authorities this flexibility. Section 21 requires authorities to review the operation and impact of visitor levy schemes, and they can consider any modification of the scheme, including the introduction of exemptions based on local evidence. And I give way to Stephen Kerr.
Accept that this particular part of the tourist economy is very, very important. As micro business, a small business, single room let. Does he accept that the unintended consequence of not putting this on the face of the bill might be that that sector will shrink, and therefore the capacity, particularly in rural and remote locations, will be diminished, which will harm the tourist sector?
Minister.
I'm sure local authorities will consider that very carefully, because they understand their local circumstances and the business profile of those providers in the tourism sector. And the way the bill is now configured as amended, and this answers the point also that Murdo Fraser made earlier, allows a wide range of flexibility for local authorities to set the rates for different types of accommodation as they best see fit. And if they feel that there's a need to do that due to the nature of their local tourism sector, I'm sure they would look at that very seriously. This amendment obliges every local authority to review these particular accommodation types, even when they are rare or where there is no evidence that the levy affects them disproportionately. This creates, again, additional administrative requirements, something we're trying to avoid without a clear benefit, and diverts focus from locally significant issues as best understood by local authorities. Local authorities, as I said, are already able to shape the schemes and associated reviews, and this amendment, we believe, is overly prescriptive and imposing nationally prescribed considerations in this way is inconsistent with the flexible approach being taken forward in this bill.
Thank you. I now call on Murdo Fraser to wind up press and withdraw Amendment 5.
Thank you. I'll respond very briefly, if I can, to the points made. First of all, to the points made by Tim Eagle and in relation to the intervention from Jamie Halcrow-Johnson, I don't think we heard a convincing answer to the points that they made. The point Jamie Halcrow-Johnson made was the people from the Highlands and Islands who might have a sick child in a hospital, say in Edinburgh, have to travel. Edinburgh Council has no incentive to grant a medical exemption because they don't have any people who live in Edinburgh who would benefit from that. So it's people in other parts of Scotland who are going to end up losing out. And as Tim Eagle said, this impacts in particular those living in rural areas. And I think that would be very unfortunate if that amendment therefore is not agreed. In relation to the point made by Stephen Kerr about shrinkage, I could give the Minister several examples I've come across to my personal knowledge of people who ran bed and breakfasts in their homes, letting one room on a very short-term seasonal basis, who gave up entirely because of short-term let regulation brought in by this government. And they decided it wasn't worth their while. And we saw a shrinkage, therefore, of that part of the rural economy in particular. And the danger of the visitor levy comes in, it just adds to that cost of bureaucracy and doing business, and does make it likely that people will just say it's not worth the candle carrying on with this business. Yeah. And finally, let me address the broader point that the Minister referred to, and Mark Griffin referred to this in his intervention about leaving it up to the discretion of councils. We know councils right across Scotland now are really hard-pressed when it comes to their finances. And many of them are looking at the visitor levy as a way to fill the gap between the amount of money they need to spend on vital local services and the amount of money they can raise, either through council tax or in terms of the grant coming from Scottish Government. They've got huge cost pressures on things like care, and they need to find money from somewhere. So it's not surprising they're looking at the maximum way of raising money. And of course, that money can only come from somewhere. It can only come out of the pockets of people staying in accommodation. And the reason I put in the amendment I did about camping and caravan sites is because that is the accommodation most used by families who otherwise struggle to get a holiday, who cannot afford they can't afford to fly abroad, they can't afford to stay in swanky hotels. Staying in a static caravan or a caravan park is the only holiday they can afford, and if we don't exempt that, the reality is many people will not in future be able to do that because the additional cost will put it beyond their means. So I will move and press to a vote my amendments 5 and 6, because I think there's an important issue about protecting those who otherwise would not be able to afford a holiday.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 5 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division, as this is the first division of Stage 3. I'm going to suspend for around 5 minutes to allow members to get onto the digital voting system. Okay, the question is that Amendment 5 be agreed to, and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 5 in the name of Murdo Fraser is yes 27, no 82. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call Amendment 6 in the name of Murdo Fraser. Already debated with Amendment 5. Murdo Fraser to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that Amendment 6 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. The result of the vote on Amendment 6 in the name of Murdo Fraser is yes 26, no 83. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 25 in the name of Stephen Kerr. Already debated with Amendment 5. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 25 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 25 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 25, no 82. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call Amendment 26 in the name of Tim Eagle. Already debated with Amendment 5. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is Amendment 26 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. The result of the vote on Amendment 26 in the name of Tim Eagle is yes 30, no 79. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendments 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11, all in the name of the Minister, all previously debated. I invite the Minister to move Amendments 7 to 11 on block.
Moved.
Does any member object to a single question being asked on Amendments 7 to 11? No member objects. Therefore, the question is that Amendments 7 to 11 are agreed. Are we all agreed? Parliament is agreed. Takes us to Group 4, Transitional Provision. I call Amendment 12 in the name of Murdo Fraser, grouped with Amendment 27. Murdo Fraser to move Amendment 12 and speak to both amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My Amendment 12 is in a group with my colleague Tim Eagle's Amendment 27, which covers the same issue but approaches it in a slightly different way. As drafted, the bill allows local authorities to charge a visitor levy from the date on which it decides to introduce the scheme. And this can be up to 18 months before a scheme is actually introduced. This therefore catches forward bookings for dates after the scheme is brought in. And it seems to me there's an issue of equity and natural justice here. Surely liability for a levy should only arise once the scheme has legally commenced. And this provision causes legal uncertainty for accommodation providers and booking platforms. At the point when an authority decides they will introduce a visitor levy in principle, no one knows the detail of how that scheme will operate. We would not know, for example, whether it will be a fixed fee or a percentage. How, therefore, can booking platforms and accommodation providers properly advise those making bookings how much they're going to be paying for their accommodation? So we can end up in the position where people book a holiday, pay up front, expecting that to be the total cost, and only subsequently find out what the visitor levy might be that is added on. So a visitor is being unfairly caught by a charge and might well have not taken a decision to book a holiday in that particular location had they known how much the additional cost would be. Or they might, for example, have taken a decision to book in a different local authority area rather than the one that is introducing the scheme. And we cannot expect visitors, some of whom might be from overseas, to be fully informed as to the intentions of a local authority at the time a booking is made. So as it stands, the system we have causes confusion, and therefore my amendment will state that any levy liability only applies where both payment and the overnight stay take place on or after the scheme's formal commencement date, and no authority can require collection of the levy during the protected implementation period. Yes, I will.
John Mason.
Would the member accept that lots of things can change after somebody books a holiday? The beer levy could change. Often the beer tax duty, it goes up overnight very often. So people buy, and a few pounds here or there won't make a difference.
Murdo Fraser.
Well, I'm afraid I think Mr Mason is being unduly optimistic to talk about a few pounds here or there. We could be talking about substantial sums. Edinburgh's visitor levy is 5% plus VAT, 6%. Other councils, I think, have even higher charges imposed. This could be hundreds of pounds on a family holiday where people are staying for a couple of weeks. So I think he's being far too blasé in his approach to these particular issues, perhaps in customary fashion for Mr Mason. So Tim Eagle's Amendment 27 addresses the same issue, taking a slightly different approach, and I'm sure Mr Eagle will explain that in more detail when he speaks. In the meantime, I'm pleased to move Amendment 12. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Tim Eagle to speak to Amendment 27 in both amendments.
Well, I probably could just say ditto to Murdo, because mine's almost exactly the same, but with a wee bit of a change in that if the Minister is not inclined to accept 18 months for that, because there is a liability here. And the other thing I would put into place is destination management companies. This has a real effect on businesses, because they may have booked way in advance a package of hotel rooms or whatever it is at a fixed price that now cannot be changed for legal reasons. So actually there is a consequence on business of the fact that this could be charged within. So if the Minister is not entitled to accept 18 months, then perhaps he will be inclined to accept my Amendment 27 that reduces that to 15 months after the decision has been made. There you go. That's compromise for you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 12 in the name of Murdo Fraser and Amendment 27 in the name of Tim Eagle both seek to either completely or to some extent prevent the visitor levy being charged on bookings made in advance of the visitor levy scheme coming into force. Section 17(1) of the Visitor Levy Act prevents the levy being charged on bookings paid for before an authority decides to introduce a visitor levy scheme, and Section 17(2) allows the levy to be charged on bookings paid for between the date of the decision and the levy scheme coming into force if the visitor takes entry to the accommodation after the scheme comes into force. Amendment 12 is seeking to amend Section 17 so that the levy could only be charged on overnight stays if they were booked and paid for after the scheme goes live. This could result in stays on the same night being treated differently. One booked in advance of a scheme coming into effect would not be liable, but one booked after would be. It prevents the levy being charged on all overnight stays that take place after a scheme comes into force, reducing the revenue generated by the levy. And Amendment 27 is seeking to amend Section 17 to prevent a local authority from charging the levy on advance bookings paid for during a period of 15 months from the date of its decision to introduce the scheme, and the levy could then be applied to stays booked and paid for after the expiry of that 15-month period. I understand these amendments seek to address concerns raised by industry representatives who believe that the transitional provisions in Section 17 run counter to Section 14, which requires an implementation period of at least 18 months. However, this Parliament agreed to both provisions when the original Act was passed. They were not thought to be contradictory then, and they are not contradictory now. Parliament agreed to give local authorities the power to apply the levy in respect of overnight stays that take place after a levy scheme comes into force, including in cases where the overnight stay was booked and paid for in advance. It is not clear that these Parliament placed a limit on this power so that the levy could not be charged if the overnight stay was booked and paid for before the decision was made to introduce the scheme. So I think it's right that local authorities should be allowed to charge for some pre-booked overnight stays if the stay takes place after a scheme goes live. Moreover, local authorities have taken a pragmatic approach to exercising their discretion to charge the levy on advanced bookings, recognising there is a need for accommodation providers to prepare and put systems in place. Both Glasgow and Edinburgh give providers more than 9 months to prepare for the charging of the levy under each scheme on bookings made in advance. And it's also not clear if these amendments are intended to apply retrospectively or only to new schemes agreed after the provisions are commenced. Edinburgh has been applying the levy to bookings for almost 6 months, and Glasgow could have around 3 months of advanced bookings. If they were to be applied retrospectively, these bookings would need any levy already paid to be refunded, and this would be a considerable administrative burden on accommodation providers to check which bookings are eligible and then to make those refunds. Preventing the levy applying to advanced bookings could also increase the risk of avoidance. Third parties could seek to place block bookings for large numbers of rooms months, if not years in advance, thus avoiding any levy liability impacting on levy revenues raised. I met with representatives from industry and local government 2 weeks ago to hear their views, and I propose that any concerns would be best addressed by the statutory guidance published by Visit Scotland. And this guidance could bring out best practice where the levy was only applied to advanced bookings made, for example, 9 months before the start date of the scheme. Local government was willing to compromise on this, and I still consider this is the best approach. We should not be seeking now at stage 3 to introduce uncertainty by abrupt changes to provisions which were agreed by this Parliament and without the benefit of full consultation and engagement on them. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call on Murdo Fraser to wind up press or withdraw Amendment 12.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Just to respond very briefly, there's a massive gaping hole in the Minister's argument where he just said that Parliament had agreed these schemes, therefore we should stick with it. The very reason we've got this bill in front of us is because we've accepted that the original legislation was deeply flawed, and therefore we had to bring it back for amendment, which is what we're trying to do here. So I think his logic fails him on that particular aspect. Yeah. We've brought these amendments in response to requests from industry, who see that this as being a major challenge, people booking in advance, not realising what the final cost is going to be. For those coming, as we've heard, who are planning overseas tours from tour operators overseas, coming to Scotland, planning well in advance, sometimes a year, 2 years in advance, not knowing what the total cost will be to pass on to their clients. It is a major burden. That's why industry is concerned. So, Presiding Officer, I will press my amendment.
Thank you. The question is Amendment 12 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division, and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 12 in the name of Murdo Fraser is yes 26, no 81. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 27 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 12. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is Amendment 27 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 27 in the name of Tim Eagle is yes 27, no 82. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Moves us to Group 5, reports and reviews by local authorities. Call Amendment 28 in the name of Stephen Kerr. Group with Amendments 29, 30 and 31. Stephen Kerr to move Amendment 28 and speak to the other amendments in the group.
Presiding Officer, all the amendments in this group are from me, and this group is about something very simple but very important, which is public confidence. If a visitor levy is to command support over time, people must be able to see clearly what the money is being used for, what effect is it having, and whether the scheme continues to make sense in practice. That is the thinking behind the amendments in my name in this group. The risk with any levy of this kind is that over time it simply becomes another tax, and the Minister and I had an exchange about the nature of new taxes and what becomes of them when we had the Stage 2 debate on matters not dissimilar to this. Money is collected, it flows into the system, and the original purpose becomes harder to see, if not entirely lost. Businesses and communities begin to wonder whether the levy is doing what they were told it would do. If Parliament is authorising the collection of this levy, which it has already done, Parliament is entitled to expect more than a simple set of figures. We should be asking the obvious question, which is a question that perhaps we should ask more often. What difference has it actually made? So Amendments 28, 29 and 30 strengthen transparency and public accountability. Amendment 28 would require reporting not only on how the proceeds of the levy have been spent, but also where that information is available, how that spending has affected visitor numbers, the length of visitor stays and the viability of tourism businesses. Now, those are not abstract questions. They go directly to the strength of the tourism sector in the communities where the levy operates. Amendments 28 and 30 provide an alternative to 28. I'm trying to be very reasonable. I think the Minister knows I am quite a reasonable person. Here that view is being contested. I can't believe that. But Amendments 28 and 29 provide an alternative to 28 by requiring a local authority to publish a clear report on how the net proceeds of a scheme have been used and what impact that use has had. The two amendments differ only in the timing of the first reporting period. I'll just finish this sentence. The two amendments differ only in the timing of the first reporting period, one after 2 years and the other after 3. But the purpose is the same.
John Mason.
I thank the member very much for giving way. Does he think he's being realistic in this? Because, I mean, Edinburgh has millions of tourists. They come for all sorts of reasons. They can be put off by the exchange rate, by a problem in the Middle East, all sorts of things. Does he really think we can pin it down to the visitor levy? And is this not just adding bureaucracy and is making public service reform even more difficult?
Stephen Kerr.
I think, to be frank, John Mason is underestimating the analytical powers both of the sector and of government itself. There is a constant evaluation in business of how a market is growing and what's impacting a market. And I think that those of us in the Chamber who have been involved in businesses know, or in huge sectors, know that that's an ongoing process. It's not beyond reasonable to expect that this analysis will be done. And I'm certainly not suggesting the analysis would result in a conclusive piece of evidence that says that this is entirely down to one thing. But monitoring what is happening to the market by consequence of the introduction of what is effectively a new tax, I think is a very sensible thing to do, because John Mason, I'm sure, will appreciate if the levy is justified, the evidence should demonstrate that. Presiding Officer, we are debating this amending bill because aspects of the original legislation were not in every respect as carefully thought through as they should have been. That experience should make us more attentive to the need for proper review and correction. That's where Amendment 31 comes in. And I am grateful to the Minister for the collaboration that we engaged in when it came to the agreement of what Amendment 31 would do. Because it would require a local authority, when carrying out its review of a visitor levy scheme, to consider whether the scheme should be modified or revoked. That report should then be provided to the local visitor levy forum, who are expected to discuss its contents and offer the authority advice and make representations as the forum considers appropriate. Finally, where a local authority finds that the scheme should be modified or revoked, it will need to set this out in a report to be published by it under Section 21(2) of the Act. In other words, the review must be a genuine test, not a procedural exercise, not a box to be ticked, but a moment where the authority asks whether the scheme is still justified. And that seems to me simple common sense. Give way.
Very briefly, Mark Griffin.
I appreciate Mr Kerr giving way. This Scottish Government isn't well known for devolving power to local authorities or handing powers to other places. This bill is an example of that. But it seems the Conservative amendments, the whole package, seem to be to try and pull that power back. And in particular, this grouping almost tells councillors how to do their job in analysing the levy as they would design and introduce. Are councillors not best placed to be doing this job rather than us passing amendments to tell them what to do?
Stephen Kerr, I'd be grateful if you start
I
winding
don't think that's what my amendments do at all, I would say to Mark Griffin. I think these amendments are simply a way of doing what I believe good legislation should always do. Answer the question, has this made a positive difference or a negative difference? That is not an unrealistic thing that should be built into every bit of legislation we do. Because if we're sitting here creating laws that have no effect, or have a negative effect, or have an unintended consequence that is negative, what's the point? And that's all that these amendments do. So in conclusion, the review that I'm proposing is common sense. If the levy is working well, the review will confirm it. If it's not, the legislation should encourage honesty rather than inertia. These amendments are not hostile to the principle of a visitor levy. What they're about is accountability, transparency and evidence. And if this levy is to endure, those things will matter. For those reasons, I encourage colleagues to support Amendments 28, 29, 30 and 31, and I move 28.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. Now calling the Minister.
Thank you, President Officer. Can I start by commenting on John Mason? I don't know if that's his last contribution in the Chamber before he retires, but to be able to render Stephen Kerr speechless momentarily was a sight to behold. Amendment 28 requires that a local authority's annual report on a visitor levy scheme should include information on how the use of levy proceeds has impacted on visitor numbers, length of stay and the viability of tourism businesses where such information is available. And this is similar to the amendment lodged at stage 2 by Mr Kerr, and I met with him recently to discuss this and other amendments. We discussed issues around availability and data lag and around the fact that it was difficult to identify causality of changes. Would a change in length of stay be down to the introduction of the levy or indeed wider economic factors? And I welcome that Mr Kerr has recognised the issue of data availability in this iteration of his amendment. However, it does not address the key issue that I made at stage 2, which is that this amendment is not necessary. necessary. Section 13 of the Visitor Levy Act requires a local authority to prepare and publicise how it intends to measure and report on the achievement of a scheme's objectives. If relevant, the authority's annual report on the scheme can already include an assessment of impact on tourist numbers, length of stay and viability of tourism businesses. I do appreciate the intention behind the amendment as indicated at stage 2, and when I met with Mr Kerr I would be happy to explore whether the statutory guidance provided by Visit Scotland for local authorities could be revised to emphasise this detail where robust data is available. Amendments 29 and 30 would introduce separate requirements for local authorities to report on the use of net proceeds. Both have similar intent but would apply in different timescales. Amendment 29 requires a first report on the impact of levy funds on tourism numbers, length of stay and viability of tourism businesses 2 years after a scheme goes live, and Amendment 30 requires this first report 3 years after the scheme goes live. And such a report would then be published annually, and I think these amendments are intended to account for data lag. Amendments 29 and 30 seek the same information as Amendment 28 but in a different way. We create a new reporting duty for local authorities, require them to report on these specific issues separately from the Section 20 annual reports. While the amendment allows the two reports to be combined and published together, imposing different objectives and reporting periods may make this difficult to work with in practice. However, as with the Amendment 28, this is not necessary. It's simply a new reporting requirement but duplicating what is already provided for by the Act, and I would repeat my commitment to seek to address the provisions of this in amended Visit Scotland guidance. Turning to Amendment 31, this will require a local authority to consider as part of each 3-year review of the operation of a scheme whether the scheme should be modified or indeed revoked. This was raised by Mr Kerr at stage 2 and I undertook to discuss it with him. We had a constructive discussion on this, and I recognise that there is indeed benefit in a local authority considering whether a scheme should be revoked at that review stage, and therefore the Government will support this amendment. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Colin Stephen Kerr. The wind-up press or withdraw Amendment 28.
I don't really have any further comments to add, although I'm not entirely sure I was all that speechless, but I'll just say it and leave it there. And I do move Amendment 28.
Question is that Amendment 28 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote's closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 28 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 27, no 83. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 29 in the name of Stephen Kerr. Ready debated with Amendment 28. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 29 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. Votes closed. Point of order, Marie McNair.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. My vote, my app wouldn't connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you. I'll make sure that is recorded. And the result of the vote on Amendment 29 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 24, no 84. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 30 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 28. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 30 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on Amendment 30 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 26, no 84. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 31 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 28. Stephen Kerr to move or not move? The question is that Amendment 31 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Colette Stevenson.
Presiding Officer, my app froze. I would have voted yes.
Thank you. I'll make sure that's recorded. The result of the vote on Amendment 31 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 81, no 28. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 32 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 5. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 32 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. Votes closed. Point of order, Marie McNair.
Sorry, I have connection issues with my app. I'd have voted no.
Thank you. I'll make sure that is recorded. And the result of the vote on Amendment 32 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 25, no 83. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Takes us to Group 6, reporting on operation of the Act. I call Amendment 13 in the name of the Minister. Group with Amendment 33. The Minister to move Amendment 13 and speak to both amendments in the group. Minister.
Thank you, President Officer. At stage 2, I supported an amendment lodged by Tim Eagle that would require ministers, when reviewing the Visitor Levy Act, to consider the impact of visitor levy schemes introduced under the Act on tourism in rural areas of Scotland. Amendment 13 in my name adjusts this requirement to remove a redundant reference and to avoid repetition. Amendment 33 in the name of Tim Eagle would require a report on a review of the operation of the Visitor Levy Act to set an assessment of whether the levy should be paid to the relevant local authority by visitors rather than accommodation providers. The Act makes accommodation providers liable for payment of the levy, and this liability is enforced on this basis. The model set out in the Act was agreed by Parliament after extensive consultation and engagement. And this bill is seeking to enhance the operation of the Act, not reopen its basic principles, which this amendment seeks to do. I therefore ask Tim Eagle not to move this amendment, and if pressed, I would ask members to reject it, and I move Amendment 13 in my name. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Tim Eagle to speak to Amendment 33 and the other amendment in the group.
Well, on the advice of Willie Rennie, actually, I didn't put forward hundreds of amendments to this, which I was going to do. I thought I'll be reasonable. I'll put forward just 3, and I've lost 2 of my very reasonable amendments today. But hopefully, I won't lose this one. The Minister, for the second time, I think, has just said we can't go back and open up. But yet, as Murdo Fraser pointed out, we are here opening up the bill because of mistakes the government made originally. And I should point out again, because I think it's only fair, it was only because the Conservatives went to the SNP and said, we'll work with you, we'll help you with this bill to fix your problems, that we are here today. But anyway, this one is an easy one for the SNP to get behind because, and I want to commend some of the business owners in the Highlands and Islands. When this first went through, there was a lot of concern in the Highlands and Islands from the business community, and 3 of those owners, who I better not name because they've not given permission to name them, have worked tirelessly with me over the last few months to bring forward the practical ways that we can change the bill that would help them. And one of those was around the fact that actually it's quite an administrative burden to collect the levy, then have to fill in what was acres of paperwork, and then submit that to the authority. And actually the easiest thing would be to do, in this day and age, with the technology that we've got, is potentially that a visitor could just pay that direct, or a platform could just pay that direct to a local authority. I'm not asking for that to be changed right now. I've not got that in the bill. All I am saying is that as part of a review, the government could look at whether that could be a feasible option in the future. I'm very happy to take Willie Rennie.
I just want to correct Tim Eagle. Representations were made from the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats to the Minister as well about having flexibility on this. But we were very clear at the time, and I was at the meeting, that the desire was to have a very tight, neat bill so that we could get it through in a very tight parliamentary schedule. I'm glad that has been done, and I'm grateful for Tim Eagle for not adding bells and whistles onto the bill, and I hope that we can therefore move forward and pass this and fix this problem.
Tim Eagle.
I think there's no doubt that we will fix this problem today. And you're right, of course, we all want this to go through because I think it's the right thing to do. But there are these little things that we could have done to add the bells and whistles, if you like. This would be a bells and whistle. I think this would give the businesses an understanding that in the future, as part of a review, you could look at whether there is a technological option that would allow the payment to go direct to the local authority, reduce the administrative burden on our businesses right the way across Scotland, because in this day and age, they need as little restrictions and burdens as they can get. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Eagle. I would advise members that they will note that we have in fact passed the agreed time limit for the debate on this group to finish. I exercise my power under Rule 9.8.4a, small brackets c, close brackets, to allow debate on this group to continue beyond the limit in order to avoid the debate being unreasonably curtailed. With that, I call on the Minister to wind up.
Nothing else to add, President Officer.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that Amendment 13 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Are we all agreed? The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 30, that was Amendment 13. I call Amendment 33 in the name of Tim Eagle. Already debated with Amendment 13. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Moved. The
question is that Amendment 33 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 33 in the name of Tim Meago is yes, 26, no, 84. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendments 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 and 24, all in the name of the Minister and all previously debated. I invite the Minister to move amendments 14 to 24 en bloc.
Moved en bloc.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on amendments 14 to 24? No member objects. The question is therefore that amendments 14 to 24 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed, and that ends considerations of amendments at stage 3. Point of order, Mercedes Vialba.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I would like to make a point of order to question whether proper procedures have been followed in relation to the requirement under standing orders that any member who has a declarable interest in any matter shall declare that interest before taking part in any proceedings of the Parliament relating to that matter. In Murdo Fraser's contribution, speaking to his amendments 5 and 6 in relation to caravan parks, I didn't hear him refer to his register of interests, which states that on the 18th of August 2024, he received a donation of £2,000 for his leadership campaign from Hamish Mayer. Now, if that is the same Hamish Mayer who is head of private equity funds at F&C Investments, which invested £3.3 million in Park Holidays, which seems to be the country's 4th largest caravan holidays park operator, I believe that the member ought to have declared an interest, and I seek your ruling on this matter. Thank you.
I would say to Mercedes Vialba that that is not a point of order. It is a matter for each member to declare if they have a relevant interest or not. We now turn to the determination. As members will be aware, the presiding officer is required, under standing orders, to decide whether or not, in her view, any provision of a bill. Could I ask members to, if they're leaving the chamber, to please do so quickly and quietly? I'll have to start again from the beginning. Could I ask members not to have conversations while standing up, whilst the chair is actually in the process of outlining the determination? So, to begin again, as members will be aware, the presiding officer is required understanding of orders to decide whether or not, in her view, any provision of a bill relates to a protected subject matter, that is, whether it modifies the electoral system and franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. In the case of this bill, in the presiding officer's view, no provision of the Visitor Levy Amendment Scotland Bill relates to a protected subject matter. Therefore, the bill does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3. So, the next item of business is consideration of business motion 21147 in the name of Graham Day, on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a timetable for the Stage 3 consideration of the Crofting and Scottish Land Court Bill. I ask any member who would wish to speak to the motion to press that their request to speak button. And I call on Martin Whitfield to... I call on Graham Day, who's moved his seat, confusingly, to move the motion. Minister?
Apologies for causing confusion, Presiding Officer. Moved. Thank
you, Minister. I see that no member has asked to speak to the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 21147 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. So the next item of business is Stage 3 proceedings for the Crofting and Scottish Land Court Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have the bill as amended at Stage 2, that is SP Bill 71A, the marshalled list and the groupings of amendments. The division bell will sound and proceedings will be suspended for around 5 minutes for the first division of the Stage 3. The period of voting for the division will be 30 seconds for the first division. Thereafter, I will allow a voting period of 1 minute for the first division after a debate. Members who wish to speak in the debate on any group of amendments should press the request to speak buttons or enter the letters RTS in the chat function as soon as possible after I call the group. And members should now refer to the marshalled list of amendments. And we start with Group 1 on duties and enforcement. I call Amendment 1 in the name of Beatrice Wishart, group with amendments as shown in the groupings, and I call on Beatrice Wishart to move Amendment 1 and to speak to other amendments of the group. Ms Wishart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I move Amendment 1 in my name. I have only one amendment to put forward, and coincidentally it's the last one I shall be putting forward before I leave Parliament. Amendment 1 makes a consequential change to Section 19C of the 1993 Act following my Amendment 168 at Stage 2. Amendment 168 at Stage 2 clarified that a tenant crofter can fulfil their duty to cultivate and maintain the croft either personally, with the help of their family, or with hired labour. This amendment ensures that the same approach applies to owner-occupier crofters under Section 19C, keeping both sets of duties aligned and consistent. I ask members to support Amendment 1.
Thank you, Ms Wishart. I call on the Minister to speak to Amendment 2 and other amendments of the group. Minister.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And if this is Beatrice Wishart's final contribution and amendment, then I would just like to say that I'm delighted that I'll be supporting this amendment, and it has been an absolute pleasure to work with her. She has been an outstanding servant to her constituents, and we will miss her greatly in the next session. So Amendment 1, and the reason I'm supporting it is because Amendment 1 is important, that the bill is clear and it has flexibility in satisfying the duties equally as it applies to owner-occupier crofters. Turning to my own amendments, Amendment 2 closes a loophole that would allow someone who has been served a suspected breach of duty notice to submit an assignation application for the sole purpose of preventing the Commission from putting their other regulatory applications on hold. This amendment prevents that from happening. My Amendments 3 and 4 ensure that all appeals under Section 26K and the 1993 Act are subject to the same rules, including the 42-day time limit and the same statutory grounds of appeal. My Amendment 25 simply reinstates the existing position so that new duties notice can be sent by ordinary post to crofters and owner-occupier crofters. Moving on to Rhoda Grant's Amendments 38, 39, 40 and 41, all of which I am happy to support. In my many discussions with crofters and stakeholders, I have heard real concerns that some new owner-occupier crofters are not fully aware of their duties before taking on their croft, and that is why I have been happy to work with Rhoda Grant on these amendments. Similarly, I am happy to support Rhoda Grant's Amendment 42, which will help provide valuable guidance to crofters on how the Crofting Commission will assess applications for consent to be absent. Now, I meet regularly with the Commission's Chief Executive Officer and the Chair, and I welcome their commitment to provide interim policy guidance on this and other issues, which is already available on their website. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Minister. I call Rhoda Grant to speak to Amendment 38 and other amendments of the group. Ms Grant.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to speak to Amendments 38, 39, 40, 41 and 42, and I also want to thank the Minister for his assistance with these amendments. Amendments 38 to 41 seek to deal with the issue that often arises when crofts change hands on the open market. People see that assignations or crofts themselves for sale, and they fall into the trap of believing that they are just simply buying a house or a piece of land without any other obligations. And this is why crofts are often left unworked, which falls foul of crofting law. My amendments are simply to ensure that anyone purchasing or buying a lease of a croft knows what their obligations are. Amendment 38 inserts a new section 19BC, regulations on requirement for proposed owner to be aware of the owner-occupier crofter duties, requiring Scottish ministers to make provision by regulations requiring that before any person acquires title to croft as a nominee of a crofter or purchases a croft from a constituting landowner, the Commission must satisfy that person must be satisfied that that person is aware of the duties of an owner-occupier crofter under Section 19C. This rewards the title of this section and my Stage 2 amendment, and would make a consequential change to the section heading of a new Section 19BC to reflect the changes made in Amendment 40. Amendment 39 would modify a new Section 19BC by substituting must for may, meaning that the power to make regulations is conferred as discretionary rather than a duty to make a statutory instrument, and this resolves a technical issue that making affirmative regulations isn't necessarily within the Minister's gift, and that's because, as strictly speaking, regulations will be subject to the approval of Parliament before they can be made by ministers. Amendment 40 would modify the new section 19BC to reframe the duty so that regulations would make provision about how a person is to satisfy the Commission that the person is aware of the duties of the owner, occupier, crofter under section 19C before the person acquires or purchases the croft. And this would mean the imposition would be on the person acquiring or purchasing the croft to satisfy the Commission rather than a duty on the Commission to satisfy itself of such a person's awareness, which could be difficult given that there's no existing mechanism which would make the Commission aware of such a transfer. Amendment 41 would insert a new subsection setting out a non-exhaustive list of things, regulations under section 19C1 may make provision about, including the steps which must or may be taken by a person to satisfy the Commission on the person's awareness of the duties and the effect of the failure to take such steps. Amendment 42 deals with the issue of when a crofter applies to be absent from a croft, that this is not used as a way of avoiding their duties under crofting law. And again, we often see crofters applying to be absent, but that is quite often an open-ended agreement, and there are, of course, times that a crofter would need to be absent, for example, to attend training, healthcare and the like. But it should not simply allow people to hold crofts with no intention of returning to them. And this amendment will require the Crofting Commission to publish guidance in relation to how it exercises its functions under sections 21B and to 21D, consent for absence from croft of the Crofters Scotland Act 1993, and this guidance will set out for crofters the Commission's policy on how it will assess an application for consent to be absent, and it will provide discretion and support to help crofters prepare such an application, and we support other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Ms Grant. And I call on Beatrice Wishart to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 1. Ms Wishart.
Press Amendment 1.
Thank you, Ms Wishart. The question is that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendments 2, 3 and 4, all in the name of the Minister and all previously debated with Amendment 1. I invite the Minister to move Amendments 2 to 4 en bloc.
Move, convener.
Thank you, Minister. Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 2 to 4? No member objects. The question is therefore that Amendments 2 to 4 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is agreed. We turn to Group 2 on assignations. I call Amendment 34 in the name of Rhoda Grant, the group with Amendment 35. I call on Rhoda Grant to move Amendment 34 and to speak to both amendments in the group. Ms Grant.
Yep. I move Amendment 34 and speak to the others in the group. Amendment 34 in Section 8 amends the assignation of a croft of the 1993 Act to provide a simplified process for obtaining the Commission's consent to an assignation of a croft if certain conditions set out in the new subsection 2B, which primarily relate to the assignation to a family member, are met. Section 11B further modifies Section 8 by inserting a new subsection 1C, which provides that the Commission may not grant consent or approval to an assignation unless the Commission is satisfied that the proposed assignee is aware of the duties that they would have as a crofter following any such assignation or letting under sections 5AA, 5B, 5C of the 1993 Act. This amendment would have the effect of providing that new section 8(1)(c) does not apply in relation to fast-track assignations to family members where the Commission is satisfied the conditions in subsection 2B are met. I thank the Minister for his help with this amendment. I do not agree with Amendment 35, which removes the 3 croft limit from family assignations, while I believe that most family assignations are likely to be to an assignee who's already working the crofts and has helped to run the business. However, the clause that's being removed by the amendment only allows scrutiny by the Commission. This doesn't mean that the Commission will deny the assignation, but simply provides a safeguard to ensure that people are not accumulating crofts that could be better used.
Thank you, Ms Grant. And I call on Tim Eagle to speak to Amendment 35 and the other amendment in the group. Mr Eagle.
Well, thank you very much. This is my only amendment, so I'm just going to speak briefly to this. Section 8 of the bill deals with assignations to family members, amending the 1993 Crofters Act. The bill, as amended at stage 2, inserts a new subsection to that Act, and the 1993 Act prevents a crofter from assigning their croft unless consent is received by the Commission. It requires the crofter to apply for consent and specifies what the Commission must do if the croft in question is unregistered. The bill, as amended, outlines what action must be taken if the Commission are satisfied that certain conditions have been met in relation to an unregistered croft. One of those conditions is that the proposed assignee is not entered in the Register of Crofts as the tenant or owner-occupier crofter of 3 or more crofts. My amendment would delete that. The reasoning for deleting this condition is twofold. Firstly, there is a concern that if it does remain in the bill, the process of transferring costs could be slowed down in certain circumstances, where the original idea behind this, I think, was to speed things up. And secondly, crofters, and this is the main reason for bringing this forward, Crofters has been in touch with me that say the stipulation of the proposed assignee having 3 crofts or more is an arbitrary number and fails to consider regional diversities in croft ownership, particularly in some of our island areas. Therefore, I am proposing this should be deleted to both help speed things up and recognise that regional difference. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Eagle. I call on the Minister.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I'm very happy to support Rhoda Grant's Amendment 34, because I've heard first-hand that crofters want a genuinely fast-track process, particularly in my tour of the Crofton counties over the summer, where I sat down with crofters and asked one of their big asks, and this was it. And that is what Section 8 of this bill provides. And I agree with Rhoda Grant that there is no need for an extra check, that family assignees are aware of the crofting duties, and that we should not be building an extra piece of process where there is actually no need for one to be put there. However, I can't agree with Tim Eagle's Amendment 35 that would allow fast-track family assignations to a crofter who already has 3 crofts or more. Now, in some cases, a community may be happy for one person to acquire multiple crofts, but in others, that would be an area of concern. So even for family assignation, it is right that the local community, the crofting community, should be able to have a say on proposed assignation to a person who already has 3 or more crofts. But as Rhoda Grant pointed out, that doesn't mean to say that the Commission won't still grant it, but there's no reason why it shouldn't go through the process. So Tim Eagle's amendment would deny the community that right, and so for that reason I encourage members to oppose it or encourage Mr Eagle not to press it.
Thank you, Minister. And I call on Rhoda Grant to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 34. Ms Grant.
Yeah, I would press Amendment 34. I have nothing else to add.
Thank you, Ms Grant. The question is that Amendment 34 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. There won't be a division immediately because we will have to suspend, as this is the first division of the Stage 3 amendment stage. So I suspend for around 5 minutes to allow members to access the digital voting system. Thank you. Thank you. We will now restart proceedings and we will proceed with the division on Amendment 34, and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 34 in the name of Rhoda Grant is yes 81, no 25. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 35 in the name of Tim Eagle. Ready to debate with Amendment 34. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. We now turn to Group 3, Environmental and Other Purposeful Uses. I call Amendment 5 in the name of the Minister. Group with amendments as shown in the groupings. And I call on the Minister to move Amendment 5 and to speak to other amendments in the group. Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I move Amendment 5. Now, my amendments in this group will clarify the powers of the Commission when considering proposals by a Grazings Committee for use of the grazings as woodlands or for an environmental purpose. They also make technical modifications or changes that are consequential to the other provisions in this bill. So Amendment 5 corrects the reference to other useful purpose in Section 3AZA of the 1993 Act, inserted by Section 8 of the bill, so that it applies to owner-occupied crofts. Amendment 15 is a consequential to Stage 2 amendment from Tim Eagle, which I was happy to support. The landlord's deadline for responding to a Grazings Committee application is mentioned twice in Section 18, and my amendment changes the second reference from 6 weeks to 8, in line with the change that has already been made at Stage 2. My amendments 29, 30 and 31 are also consequential, because the bill gives tenant crofters the right to put their croft to an environmental use, and consequential changes are needed to other parts of the 1993 Act, which refers to the uses that a croft can be put to Section 30 on compensation for improvements, and to Section 58 on the Commission's decision-making, and Schedule 2 on the statutory conditions of tenure. The necessary changes are made by the amendments 29, 30 and 31 respectively. I'm also very happy to support Alistair Allen's amendments 16 to 21, because these clarify important changes that the bill is making and make it clear that the Commission, not the landowner, has the final say on a Grazing Committee application for an environmental or forest use of the common grazings. Rhoda Grant's amendments 43 to 46 propose changes to the landowner's role in this process, and I am happy to support Amendment 46. It is right that the owner should be required to specify any conditions that they wish to impose and the rationale for them. But I can't support Amendments 43 to 45, which would reinstate 3 words that were moved from the bill at Stage 2 through amendments that I supported in the committee. Rhoda Grant's amendments would forbid the owner from refusing consent on the grounds of detriment or hardship or loss unless they were substantial, undue or significant. And I argued at the committee that these words were unnecessary because we are strengthening the role of the Commission. And the final decision in future will lie with the Commission, which will decide how much weight should be given to a decision to refuse consent on account of, for example, detriment to the management of the estate. And the Commission will, of course, set out its reasons for its decision on these applications. But we want that process to be, as far as possible, the standard process applying to all decisions, so that the Commission considers the wider public interest when taking a view on the balance of the benefits and the drawbacks of the scheme. Turning now to Rhoda Grant's Amendment 16A, this requires that in imposing any conditions of its own, the Commission must act reasonably and must set out its reasons for decisions, including why they are justified. And I think we all agree that the Commission should do that anyway. However, as a public body, there are already statutory obligations on the Commission to act reasonably and to communicate the reasons for its decisions fully. Duplicating those obligations in this bill would be bad law, and for that reason I would ask members to oppose it. Finally, Rhoda Grant's Amendment 47 would provide that the Grazings Committee should be entitled to all of the financial benefit from an approved crofter-led forestry or environmental initiatives on the common grazings. In respect of forestry, that would cut across the measures that are already in the bill that ensure that grazings committees will continue to have exclusive economic and recreational use of woodlands on their grazings. For the other environmental uses, it would sit uncomfortable with the new Section 50AA of the 1993 Act, which provides for grazing committees to be able, with the consent of the Commission, to enter into binding joint venture agreements with the owner of the grazings. I believe that the measures we have set out in the bill deliver the right balance, which will ensure crofting communities can benefit from environmental uses of common grazings, and we are committed, as a part of the wider review of crofting law, to carefully consider how natural capital markets can support vibrant crofting communities. And turning to the wider issues in relation to natural capital and financial benefits, these are issues which must be looked at in a wider cross-government space to ensure natural capital markets support vibrant crofting communities. And a lot of the detail work in relation to the natural capital markets is ongoing right now, but it would be premature to set out in legislation at this stage how any financial benefit from a scheme should be shared between landlords and tenants. So therefore, I cannot support Amendment 47, and I move Amendment 5.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Rhoda Grant to speak to Amendment 43 and other amendments of the group. Ms Grant.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to speak to Amendments 43, 44, 45, 46, 16A and 47. So, as the Minister said, the bill was amended at stage 2 to remove the words substantially, undue and significantly. And I wanted to see those words being put back into the bill because I believe that landowners can't spuriously stop developments on a croft. Now, that was before, obviously, I saw Section 50 is ZA, and given the assurances from the Minister, I don't intend to push those amendments. Amendment 46 adds a clause to the section. Should the owner add conditions to consent for environmental purposes, they must specify why they are imposing them and why they believe they are reasonable. Again, with Amendment 16A, I have listened to what the Minister has said and I accept his assurances and will not seek to push Amendment 16A. Amendment 47. We in committee heard when we were taking evidence on the climate change plan that there was issues with progress and there were questions about who was responsible for the environmental use of a croft, and that was holding back peatland restoration, for example. At the moment, currently a crofter is entitled to cut peats and plant trees and cut trees on their crofts. Indeed, we have forest crofts. But there is a concern that if the crofter invests time, labour and finance into forestry or peatland restoration, the landlord will try and sell the carbon credits over their head. And this amendment therefore ensures that the financial benefit of any of the crofter's activity remains with the crofter. This is custom and practice, and it is wise to set it out in law. The landowner has no control over the peat or trees on a croft or common grazing, and therefore they can't take any benefit from that work because they have no idea what will happen to those trees or peat in the future. At stage 2 of the bill, the Scottish Government stated that there was a legal difficulty in including carbon credits in this legislation because it wasn't legally defined, and therefore this amendment doesn't use the term carbon credits, but it ensures that crofters get value from their endeavours. There's nothing in this amendment that stops crofters entering into joint agreements with a landowner, but the problem is where the landowner is not part of that joint agreement and does not want to take part, but is sitting back hoping to make financial benefit from that. So I believe that this amendment is necessary. I don't think this is something that should be set in the court. And crofting is different from other patterns of ownership in that the crofter is already entitled to the peat and forestry on their croft, and nobody else should be able to take that from them. So I will be pressing this amendment.
Thank you, Ms Grant. I call on Alistair Allen to speak to Amendment 16 and other amendments of the group. Dr Allen.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'll speak to my amendments 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21. Sections 50 and 50ZA of the bill make changes to the regime for crofter-led forestry projects on common grazings and, importantly, also extend that regime to other crofter-led environmental projects. A system whereby the Grazings Committee has to get separate consents from both the landowner and the Commission is to be replaced by one where the Commission has the final say. The Commission must, of course, consider the owner's views, but alongside other factors such as the benefit to the crofting community and the public interest. In short, my amendments ensure that it is the Commission and not the landowner which has the final say on crofter-led environmental projects. Amendment 16 clarifies that the Commission has full discretion to substitute its own decision where it considers that the owner's original decision was unreasonable. And this applies whether the owner's decision was to refuse outright, to put conditions on the project or to approve it. Amendment 21 expands the list of factors that the Commission must take into account in reaching its decision, in line with the Commission's standard decision-making criteria set out in Section 58A(7) of the 1993 Act. This will now include the interests of the estate, the interests of the crofting community and the sustainable development of the crofting community, as well as such things as the public interest and any objections received. In addition, the amendment requires the Commission to take account of the owner's decision, including the reasons the owner has stated for any refusal. Other changes within Amendment 21 and in Amendments 17 to 20 are to remove duplication and to correct cross-references within the legislation.
Thank you, Dr Allen. And I call on the Minister to wind up.
Nothing further to add.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that Amendment 5 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. We now turn to Group 4 on common grazings. I call Amendment 6 in the name of Alistair Allen, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. And I call on Alistair Allen to move Amendment 6 and to speak to other amendments of the group. Dr Allen.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I will speak to my amendment number 6, but I will start by saying that I strongly support sections 14A and 15 of the bill, which will prevent the further separation of grazing shares from crofts, something which has been an unfortunate consequence of the crofter's right to buy and detrimental to crofting. I will also support the Minister's amendments 7 to 14 in this group, which strengthen those sections still further. My own amendment, 6, supports sections 14A and 15. Section 10A, which was inserted by my amendment at stage 2, gives ministers a regulation-making power under the affirmative procedure to make provisions about the transfers of owner-occupied crofts. My amendment 6 will make clear that power includes the ability to make provisions about the transfers of associated grazing shares, should it be desirable to strengthen or modify the regime which is set out in sections 14A and 15.
Thank you, Dr Allen. I call on the Minister to speak to Amendment 7 and other amendments of the group. Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm very happy to support Alistair Allen's Amendment 6 for the reasons he has set out. The link between owner-occupied crofts and grazing rights is a complicated matter where property law and crofting law intersect, and it's sensible for ministers to have regulation-making power in case the provisions relating to the grazing shares of owner-occupied crofters require to be refined in the future. Turning to my own amendments in this group, they also concern the connection between grazing rights and owner-occupied crofts. And this is one of these areas of law where the policy intention is clear and I think agreed by everyone involved, but where the means of achieving it is definitely not simple. A tenanted croft generally comes with an attached right to use the common grazings, and in legal terms, the grazing right is a pertinent of the tenancy. Our policy aim is that the grazing right should stay attached to the croft no matter what changes the croft goes through. The croft may be bought by its tenant and become an owner-occupied croft. It may then be bought and sold, and it may then even be relet to a new tenant. It may fall vacant and it may eventually be relet by the Commission. But no matter what happens to the croft, the policy aim is that the grazing right should, by default, stay attached to it. The only exception should be to that is if there is a specific application to separate the grazing right from the croft, and if so, that should be treated like any other application to divide a croft. The separation can only happen if the Commission consents, and the Commission will take account of the current and future interests of the crofting community, among other things, in their decision-making process. This is what sections 14A and 15 of the bill are designed to achieve. But because it's a complex area of law, the officials have drawn on advice from a small group of stakeholders and experts, many of them practising crofting solicitors, to look closely at these two sections of the bill. Now, I'm extremely grateful to those people for giving up their time to help us and to get this right. So my amendments at stage 2 and now at stage 3 have been informed by those discussions between my officials and that group of people. Amendments 7, 10 and 11 clarify the wording of the bill but do not materially change the purpose of the provisions. Amendment 8 removes from the bill a change we had proposed to make to the right to buy an apportionment. This was never a core part of the provision about retaining grazing rights with the crofts, and following input from the group of advisers, I have decided it is best not to venture into this territory without further examination of the legal implications of any proposed change. Amendment 9 clarifies that when an owner-occupier croft is let, an attached share can have one of two legal forms. It also covers the circumstances where the owner-occupier crofter is letting only part of the croft. In that circumstance, they will be able to specify whether the grazing right is attached to the part that is let or the part that is not. This is, however, subject to Commission consent again. Amendments 12 and 14 clarify who has the right to relet a vacant grazings right. The Land Court has ruled that this should be the person who was the landlord of the inn-by croft when it was a tenanted croft, or their successor in title. Sometimes that person is not the same as the person who owns the land over which the grazing rights are exercised, and sometimes, perhaps, after a passage of years, they cannot be traced. Our amendment follows the Land Court's principle whenever possible, but pragmatically allows the grazing's owner to take over the role if needs be. Amendment 13 allows a longer timescale for lettings of vacant shares to allow for the Commission's necessary exchanges with both the owner and the Grazings Committee. And Amendments 48 and 50, I'll take the amendment.
Just on the Amendment 13, it increases the time for the Commission to respond to 5 months, which seems... Can you hear me? It increases the time for the Commission to respond from 3 months to 5 months. I mean, people complain already that the Commission takes far too long to respond, and I wonder if he can give any assurance at all that people won't be waiting 5 months for a response from the Commission.
Minister.
Well, that will be for the Commission to make those determinations, and I hope that the Crofton community and Rhoda Grant and other members of the Chamber who have already engaged with what's happening will see that the Crofton Commission have sped up their provisions in making sure that they are getting their work done in a far more tedious way than has been done in the past. But turning now to Amendments 48 to 50, during the Stage 1 debate on this bill, there was a strong cross-party consensus on 2 points. Firstly, that the bill introduces a number of important and valuable crofting reforms, and secondly, that this next step needed must be a more strategic and fundamental review of crofting to identify a direction of travel for the coming decades. Now, this review will, of course, include common grazings, and I support that approach. And I will say more about that when we come to Amendment 26, which will commit ministers to a review of crofting legislation generally. Issues around common grazings are among the most important issues that the future review will look at. And I recognise the issues the member has raised, and I'm happy to support Amendment 50 that commits the next government to consulting on it. I thank Edward Mountain for his... I apologise, I should have said Amendments 48 to 50 are in the name of Edward Mountain. And I'd like to thank Edward Mountain for his contributions on this very important matter. And that's me, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. I call Edward Mountain to speak to Amendment 48 and other amendments of the group. Mr Mountain.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I'd like to start off my very short contribution to this particular group by thanking the Minister for taking the time to meet with me and trying to find compromise. Sometimes it's always not possible, but he's tried very hard in this, and for that I'm grateful, Presiding Officer. Can I just say at the outset, I am sad, however, we haven't resolved the issue of slipper crofters when it comes to common grazings. I think there's a real issue where crofters have moved away and sold their share in the common grazings to people who are no longer part of the crofting community. My amendments in this group, 48, 49 and 50, were to try and encourage the ministers to commit to a review of the operations of common grazing. I wanted 3. The Minister wanted much longer, if not a figure on it. He's compromised at 5. I think that's a fair compromise. And the reason why I was pushing this, Presiding Officer, very briefly, is there are 1,078 common grazings recording in the Register of Cross, covering over 500,000 hectares of Scotland. Of these, only 461, less than half, have common grazing committees in place. Considering the amount and the importance that crofting will play in reaching net zero, which will be a high priority for the next Parliament, I think it's really important that we utilise those common grazings, and the crofters do to the extent they can, to benefit from them and for the country to benefit from them. I will say no more, Presiding Officer, to say that I will not be moving Amendments 48 and 49, and I will appreciate the support of the Government on Amendment 50.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. I call Ariane Burgess.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. I just wanted to speak to Edward Mountain's Amendments 48, 49 and 50. I think it's a really helpful step for everyone with an interest in common grazings that ministers must consult for better guidance on common grazings. And I think it's a useful backstop to the Amendment 26, which the Minister already spoke about, that we'll get to in Group 8. But the getting of the timing is right, and I really appreciate Edward Mountain going for Amendment 50, which is the one that the Greens are inclined to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Burgess. And I call on Alistair Allen to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 6.
Merely to press, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Dr Allen. And the question is that Amendment 6 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is agreed. We move now to Group 5 on resumption. I call Amendment 36 in the name of Rhoda Grant, group with Amendment 37, and I call on Rhoda Grant to move Amendment 36 and to speak to both amendments of the group. Ms Grant.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 36, I move Amendment 36, and this amendment is similar to Amendment 188 from Stage 2 that was in my name. And this was submitted ahead of the new amended Section 50ZA put in by Alistair Allen, which does add protections for crofters. But I still believe that this amendment is required because resumption can take from a crofter their land and their work. And in order to do this, it surely must be in the public interest to do that rather than in the interest of the landowner alone and be resumed for spurious purposes. Amendment 37 is again similar to my Amendment 47 on financial benefit, and this amendment would protect crofters in a scenario where a landlord attempted to take back a croft in order to benefit from the financial gain arising from activities carried out on the croft by the crofter. And this could include things such as the sale of carbon credits, to give one example. It's very important that we protect crofting from the carbon market.
Thank you, Ms Grant. And no other member has sought to press, so I call on the Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I am going to ask Rhoda Grant not to press these amendments, but I want to begin by setting out some context as regards resumption, because current legislative provisions on resumption ensure that crofters are compensated for any loss of land, and they also entitle crofters to 50% of the value achieved by the resumption, and of course the Land Court can reject the resumption application, especially if it is opposed by crofters. Now, I am aware that there is renewed concern about resumption in the context of the increased opportunities and incentives from peatland restoration and tree planting, and I genuinely am, particularly from crofters who want to take forward these opportunities through grazing committees and joint ventures. But we are committed to ensuring that there is a balanced approach that protects both the rights of the owner and the crofter. And as part of the review, we will very carefully consider whether the law on resumption needs to be updated. But there are many resumption applications that are made with the consent of the crofter and for the good of both the croft and the crofter. If we were to simply prevent landlords from resuming land on the grounds that they may receive any financial benefits, which Amendment 37 would do, we will prevent crofters from receiving a share of the benefits of a consented project. So even if that project was to give crofters 80% of the financial benefits, Amendment 37 would not allow that resumption application to be authorised, and that's where the problem lies. I want to reassure Rhoda Grant and other members that I recognise and I have genuine sympathy with the issues that are raised, but I hope that she would accept that we should not be taking such a significant step without first considering all of the consequences and how that might affect not just the croft owners but the crofters, and that this is something that we will do very, very carefully as part of the further review.
Thank you, Minister. I call Rhoda Grant to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 36. Ms Grant.
Okay, I would seek to withdraw 36, given the reassurances that the Minister has put on the record that resumption won't be used against crofters and that they have adequate protection.
Thank you, Ms Grant. So Rhoda Grant seeks to withdraw Amendment 36. Does any member object? No member objects. Amendment 36 is therefore withdrawn. I call Amendment 37 in the name of Rhoda Grant. Ready to debate with Amendment 36. Rhoda Grant to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 38 in the name of Rhoda Grant. Ready to debate with Amendment 1. Rhoda Grant to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 38 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 39 in the name of Rhoda Grant. Ready to debate with Amendment 1. Rhoda Grant to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 39 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 40 in the name of Rhoda Grant. Ready to debate with Amendment 1. Rhoda Grant to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 40 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 41 in the name of Rhoda Grant. Ready to debate with Amendment 1. Rhoda Grant to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 41 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 42 in the name of Rhoda Grant. Ready to debate with Amendment 1. Rhoda Grant to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 42 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendments 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14, all in the name of the Minister and all previously debated with Amendment 6. I invite the Minister to move Amendment 7 to 14 en bloc.
Moved en bloc, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. Does any member object to a single question? And could I, Mr Whitfield objects, could I seek clarification from Mr Whitfield which amendment or amendments?
Up to 12 is satisfactory. Up to 12 can be blocked.
Up to 12 can be blocked. Thank you. So what I will do is I will...
The question is that 7 to 12.
So I would say to members that the question is that amendments 7 to 12 be moved en bloc.
No, to be agreed to.
Sorry, the question is rather that amendments 7 to 12 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I now ask if the question is that amendment 13 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast a vote now. Where are you pointing to? The vote is now closed. Point of order, Jenny Gilruth.
Presiding Officer, my app wouldn't have connected. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Gilruth. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 13 in the name of Jim Fairley is yes 67, no 36. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I now call amendment... No, I don't. The question is that amendment 14 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I now call amendment 43 in the name of Rhoda Grant. Already debated with amendment 5. Rhoda Grant to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I now call amendment 44 in the name of Rhoda Grant. Already debated with amendment 5. Rhoda Grant to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 45 in the name of Rhoda Grant. Already debated with Amendment 5. Rhoda Grant to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 46 in the name of Rhoda Grant. Already debated with Amendment 5. Rhoda Grant to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 46 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 15 in the name of the Minister. Already debated with Amendment 5. Minister to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 15 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast a vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 15 in the name of Jim Fairley is yes 83, no 21. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 16 in the name of Alistair Allen, already debated with amendment 5. Alistair Allen to move or not move? Moved. The question is therefore... No, I've got an amendment. So the question is... I rather call Amendment 16A in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 5. Rhoda Grant to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. The question is... the question is therefore that...
Alistair Allen to press the withdrawal on
16.
He's just moved it now. He's pressed the withdrawal.
Okay, I now ask Alistair Allen to press the withdrawal Amendment 16.
Pressed.
Thank you, Dr Allen. So the question is that Amendment 16 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast a vote now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 16 in the name of Alistair Allen is yes 102, no 1. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendments 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21 all in the name of Alistair Allen and all previously debated with Amendment 5. I invite Alistair Allen to move Amendments 17 to 21 en bloc.
Moved en bloc.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 17 to 21? No member objects. The question therefore is that Amendments 17 to 21 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Are we all agreed? No, the Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast a vote now. Vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 7, on amendments numbered 17 to 21 in the name of Alistair Allen is yes 82, no 22. There were no abstentions. The amendments are therefore agreed to. I call Amendment 47 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 5. Rhoda Grant, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 47 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast a vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 47 in the name of Rhoda Grant is yes 22, no 84. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 48 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated with Amendment 6. Edward Mountain to move.
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 49 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated with Amendment 6. I have to read it out. Edward Mountain, move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. I now call Amendment 50 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated with Amendment 6. Edward Mountain, move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 50 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed and Amendment 50 is therefore agreed to. We now turn to Group 6 on registration requirements. I call Amendment 51 in the name of Edward Mountain, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings, and I call on Edward Mountain to move Amendment 51 and to speak to other amendments in the group. Mr Mountain.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I have 5 amendments in this group, 51 to 55. These amendments are about promoting communication between the crofter and the landlord at the point of registration. Presiding Officer, I think we all agree registration of croft is absolutely critical and has been government policy for a while. This is to try and help minimise and make it simpler when it comes to the first registration of crofts and identify any discrepancies at an early stage. The Commission would prescribe a form of notice to be given by a crofter to the landlord, which would include a copy of the application. This would allow the landlord to comment on the application, and I stress the Commission would not be required to act as arbiter, but simply highlight the discrepancies to the keeper of the registers when the croft went through to be registered. The amendments, I do not believe, would add an administrative burden to the Commission, nor put them in the middle of a fight between a landlord and a crofter if such a thing were ever to happen. But it would flush out potential areas of dispute before as the registration process was going through. This has come about from my experience of trying to register crofts, which has been sometimes quite difficult because the ownership is quite difficult to identify in title deeds. I would just say, Presiding Officer, there are the other amendments in the group, sorry, to be clear, 22, 23, 24, 32 and 33 are minor technical amendments on behalf of the Minister, and I would confirm that on this side of the chamber, we'd be supporting those. So the Minister can talk to them for some length of time if he wishes to, or could just accept our report and allow us to concentrate on amendments 51 to 55. Minister, sorry, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. I call the Minister to speak to Amendment 22 and other amendments of the group. Minister.
Apologies. I can't support Edward Mountain's amendments 51, 52, 53, 54 or 55. And on the surface, the amendments are quite harmless, but they are either unnecessary or they don't provide any benefit. There is no need for a separate form to be created because this bill provides the same thing in a simpler and more direct way by requiring the crofter to share the draft application with the landlord 21 days in advance, and the draft application includes the map. The Crofton Commission are responsible for drafting and providing the regulatory applications that are used by their customers. They do it for all applications, whether it's for assignations, decroftings, creating a new croft or anything else. In fact, I know that the Commission are already in the process of drafting all the forms necessary for this new provision, which will take into account the requirement, as set out in the bill, that the tenant must give a copy of the draft application to the landlord. When the Commission receives a first registration application, it already checks, in accordance with Section 7(3) of the 2010 Act, the information contained in or accompanying the application against the information relating to the croft in the Register of Crofts. If there is a dispute between the landlord and the crofter, then that should always remain a matter for the Land Court. The Commission and the Keeper do not have the authority or the skills to resolve the registration disputes, and that is one of the reasons why we have a specialised court to deal with crofting disputes, and I know that the member is very well aware of that process. Turning now to my own amendments 22 to 24, they are technical amendments which correct aspects of Section 27G. For consistency with the rest of the bill and for consistency with the aim of that section, that decrofting applications can only be made on registered crofts or on a few croft. My Amendment 32 and 33 will ensure that Ariane Burgess's successful amendment at Stage 2, which we supported, that allows the Crofting Commission to consider a review reporting to bring a part of an apportionment to an end, also serves an event that must be registered against a registered croft or common grazing. These two amendments also ensure that the Crofting Commission can treat all the apportionment applications in the same way, by including those made between 1955 and 1993, along with those made under the 1993 Act.
Thank you, Minister. I call Edward Boynton to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 51.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I'll keep this short and sweet. I understand what the Minister says. Practical experience tells me that my amendments would be a sensible way forward. So therefore, all I will say is I will press Amendment 51. If Amendment 51 fails, I will not push Amendment 52, 53, 54 and 55. And this side of the chamber will be supporting the other amendments in the group. Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 51 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast a vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 51 in the name of Edward Boynton is yes 42, no 66. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And notwithstanding what Mr Boynton said, I will nonetheless, in the interest of prudence, proceed to call the following amendments. I call Amendment 52 in the name of Edward Boynton. Ready to debate with Amendment 51. Edward Boynton to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 53 in the name of Edward Boynton. Ready to debate with Amendment 51. Edward Boynton to move or not move? Not moved. I call Amendment 54 in the name of Edward Boynton. Ready to debate with Amendment 51. Edward Boynton to move or not move?
Not moved, Presiding.
Not moved. And I call Amendment 55 in the name of Edward Boynton. Ready to debate with Amendment 51. Edward Boynton to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I now call Amendments 22, 23, 24 and 25, all in the name of the Minister and all previously debated. I invite the Minister to move Amendments 22 to 25 en bloc.
Moved en bloc, Presiding
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 22 to 25? No member objects. The question is that Amendments 22 to 25 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is agreed. We now turn to Group 7 on Crofting Commission Landlord Representation. I call Amendment 56 in the name of Edward Mountain, grouped with Amendment 57, and I call on Edward Mountain to move Amendment 56 and speak to both amendments in the group. Mr Mountain.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. These two amendments in my name are the only ones in this group, and this is to do with the representation of landlords' interests on the Crofting Commission. Just before anyone wants to question this, I am not a landlord and I have no landlord's interest. I am just purely a tenant and not a tenant of a Croft. Currently, the interests of the landlords must be represented on the Commission, but the bill as drafted would remove that obligation. I just make this gentle comment. Every croft has a landlord, unless it's an owner-occupied croft, and it still has a landlord technically within the law. But I note that the bill does not remove the provision of Gaelic speakers represented on the Commission, despite the fact that only 130,000 people speak Gaelic in Scotland. That's 2.5% of the population. I'm not disputing the importance of Gaelic language in the Crofting communities. I think it's a fundamental protection of the language and a fundamental protection of some of the rural populations, which I feel very strongly about. However, my Amendment 56 would reverse the removal of the landlord representation on the Commission, reinstating the status quo. If that was unacceptable to the Minister, I will. Can I just finish this and then I'll come back to you, Mr Allen? My Amendment 57 would provide an option that if 56 was not agreed, it would enable, without forcing the Commission to co-opt a member who represents the interests of landlord. I'll give way to the presiding officer at that stage.
Will the member acknowledge that there are only 11 commonly used irregular verbs in Gaelic, and if a landlord wishes to become the Gaelic speaking representative, he or she need only learn?
Edward Mountain.
Well, I won't fall into the temptation to say that that may prove too difficult for some landlords. But what I would just say is that, as we well know, and Dr Allen knows, presiding officer, the current representative that represents landlords' interest is also a Gaelic speaker. So it is dual-hatted. I very much take that point. But I think the point is that what I'm trying to do is make sure there's an equilibrium between the two. And the very point of it, presiding officer, is that it is absolutely vital, as I made earlier, that common grazings are used by crofters to ensure that this country meets its net zero obligations, not only in peatland restoration but woodland planting. Having a landlord's representative on the Commission would ensure there was no conflict. I would just say, in closing, presiding officer, that giving the Commission the flexibility to do it would be helpful. Now, I know the presiding officer that the Minister will say, well, he can co-opt one under the legislation, i.e. a representative onto the Commission. I want to take it out of the Minister's hands, put it in the Commission's hands, because I'd like to see if that's where the power is, at the Commission level rather than the ministerial level. I wait to hear the Minister's comments, presiding officer.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. I call Rhoda Grant.
I just want to make a couple of comments about this. I don't agree with those amendments. Until the last legislation changed it, the Crofting Commission used to be the Crofters Commission and belonged to the crofter to uphold their rights. And I think putting landlords on the Commission as a par for the course is not helpful, be they a Gaelic speaker or not. I think the Commission should represent the power and balance between the relationship between the crofter and the landowner.
Thank you. I call the Minister.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I cannot support Edward Mountain's Amendments 56 and 57, but I do recognise the importance of the landlord's interest being represented. And the bill continues to recognise this in the paragraphs that Mr Mountain wants to remove. However, with only 3 appointed commissioners to the board and appointments only made every few years, the Commission needs the flexibility and is asking for flexibility when it comes to selecting the strongest overall mix of skills and experience. And that is what the bill does. It provides the Scottish ministers must consult the Commission on the desired attributes before appointing a new member, while also having regard to the value of a commissioner who can represent the landlord's interests. This approach gives proper weight to the landlord voice without constraining the Minister's ability to make the best appointment for the Commission as a whole. In addition, I can reassure Mr Mountain that the Commission is more than willing, in fact I would expect them, to formalise a relationship between itself and those organisations that represent landlords, and that they are happy to have a dedicated Commissioner that will consult with them on any relevant matters and then feed that back to the Board at a strategic level. The Scottish Government supports that initiative, which will ensure that the whole Board gains a better understanding of the landlord's perspective. And as Mr Mountain pointed out, the 1983 Act gives ministers the power to increase the number of members to the Commission Board, which it could use to fill any skills gaps if that was required. So I'd urge Mr Mountain not to press these amendments, and if he does, I ask members not to support them.
Thank you. And I call Edward Mountain to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 56.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I've listened carefully to what the Minister says, and it does give me some confidence. However, I just make this small observation, if I may, Presiding Officer. Crofting commissioners are paid £10,812 a year for working 4.5 days per month. The additional commissioner, if decided was required, would not add overly to the bill. The Minister has previously highlighted and has done today that paragraph 3.6 of Schedule 1 of the Crofters Scotland Act 1993, one of the many acts that cover crofting, and my goodness, you need to know your way around them, gives the Minister the ability to co-opt an additional member. I would rather that was in the hand of the Crofters Commission, so they have the flexibility to try and make sure that crofting went from strength to strength. I will not move Amendment 56. However, I will move Amendment 57, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Edward Mountain seeks to withdraw Amendment number 56. Does any member object? Amendment 56 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 57 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated with Amendment 56. Edward Mountain to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And the question is that Amendment 57 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Marie Todd for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I would have voted no.
Thank you. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 57 in the name of Edward Mountain is yes 25, no 80. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We move to Group 8, Review of Crofting Legislation. I call Amendment 26 in the name of the Minister, grouped with Amendment 26A. Minister to move Amendment 26 and speak to both amendments in the group.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, I agree with members right across the chamber that future reform of crofting will be absolutely necessary. The last 4 years of stakeholder engagement and consultation have been incredibly informative, and we now have a bill that has wide stakeholder input and buy-in. However, these discussions have also shown us that there is a diverse range of views within the crofting sector. That is why, following discussions with stakeholders and members from all parties, I propose that we carry out a review of crofting legislation. In order to assess the effectiveness of the legislation, we need to be clear of what it is that we want to deliver. Therefore, we all, including stakeholders, need time to consider what crofting policy should be in the future. We are committed to working closely with the stakeholders, crofters, landlords and everyone else involved in the sector, and building consensus and finding solutions which will stand the test of time, because that is what we need to do. Establishing clear policy outcomes will take time and will be central to a future wholesale reform. This review will include the 1993 and the 2010 Acts, and it will also include a review of this Act. So by requiring the review to be started within 3 years at the latest, it allows this bill a period of time to bed in for its full impact and effectiveness to be measured and assessed, including the full impact of the many changes that the Crofting Commission are planning to make to their policy plan and their approach to enforcing regulatory duties. I think it's right that we allow up to 3 years for an incoming government to decide its approach, but I also want to put on record that if my party is in government, we will commence the review within 2 years of royal assent, well ahead of that 3-year deadline, and seeking to build on the engagement that we have carried out during this term. I hope that provides members with the reassurance that they need as regards my party's ongoing commitment to crofting reform, and I'll take Edward Mountain's intervention.
Edward Mountain.
And I thank the Minister for giving way on that. I remember when I first came into this Parliament in 2016, we started looking at crofting reform, and it was agreed that crofting reform wasn't just about crofting. It was about keeping the population in the crofting areas, providing a sanctuary for language and for people on the land. Could I just confirm that when the review is being carried out of the legislation, of which there are numerous acts, too numerous to mention, that it will first of all detail what the aims of crofting should be for the future? Because if we don't set out the aims, we won't be able to protect it and make sure it thrives for many years to come.
Minister.
I'm very glad that Edward Mountain puts that on the record, because he's absolutely right. Crofting is about people, it's about culture, it's about history, it's about what the future of Scotland looks like. And for me, any review of crofting has to take all of those things in the round and make sure that what we're delivering is what the people of Scotland and the crofting communities want. And that's what that review should be about. So turning to Rhoda Grant's Amendment 26A, that would require the review to start within 12 months of royal assent, I would worry that could prove too soon after the extensive changes that we've made in this bill. That's why I'm asking that Rhoda Grant supports my Amendment 26, but she doesn't press Amendment 26A to allow the bill that we've currently got in front of us to bed in and then do a proper review so that we know exactly where we stand and where it is that we're trying to go. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call Ariane Burgess. My apologies. In a moment, Ms Burgess. I call Rhoda Grant to move Amendment 26A and speak to both amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My concern is that Amendment 26, as it's drafted, it will require a report after 3 years, and this would limit any practical chance of bringing forward new crofting legislation. I've heard what the Minister has said about allowing this bill to bed in, but we all know there are huge gaps in this bill. This bill is really about administration and not the future policy surrounding crofting. And as he acknowledged himself, there's agreement across the industry stakeholders and indeed I think most political parties that crofting needs new law and it needs to be modified at a pace. This bill was promised not this Parliament, but at the last Parliament, and it waited until the very end of this Parliament to come forward, not really making changes in policy. So therefore, I'm looking to change the reporting period to 12 months. Yes.
Minister.
I absolutely hear the point that Rhoda Grant is making to me, but in that entire period of time, bearing in mind the bill that we have in front of us has been 4 years of work ongoing from when that was started. And the provision that is in this amendment, it says up to 3 years. That's a backstop. So the review will be started within that 3-year period. And I would very much hope that if we come back into government, we will start that within 2 years. But we've got to get it right. We've got to allow the bill that we've got currently to bed in, to allow people to see how this is going to work, and then work out what it is that we're going to go and do forward. And that's a commitment that we will give, because I hope that this bill is demonstrating that we are laying out that we take this seriously, and we want to make sure that we put a firm future for crofting in Scotland by making sure we get it right in the first place.
Rhoda Grant.
I absolutely agree that it has to be got right, because part of this bill is putting right some of the wrongs that happened before. So with that reassurance, I won't seek to press my amendment 26A.
Can I just ask Ms Grant that you move the amendment at this point? We will come back to it.
Okay, I'll move it at this point.
Thank you. I call Ariane Burgess.
Can I just clarify, did Rhoda Grant move the amendment? Yes. Yeah, okay. I'd like to express my thanks to the Minister for taking on board the amendments brought by myself and Tim Eagle at stage 2. And amalgamating them into Amendment 26 is vital that the next Government and Session 7's cohorts of MSPs take a deep look at what we've got in crofting legislation at present, how we can tackle the big issues facing the crofting community, and how the existing body of legislation can potentially be streamlined and simplified. In fact, I've just been having a chat with my colleague Gillian Mackay about an anomaly in Brora. And these are the kinds of things that we need to address. So I urge the Scottish Government to front-load key issues in this piece of work, topics like common grazings and crofting tendencies. The 3-year time limit for getting this work underway is reasonable, which is why I am also concerned. I hear Rhoda Grant's points about wanting it to happen sooner, but I take on board the Government's points around needing to really get deep into this work and unravel a whole lot of issues. To that, I'm not minded to support Rhoda Grant's Amendment 26A.
Thank you. I call on the Minister to wind up on Amendment 26.
Nothing more to say, and move, I think.
Thank you. I call Rhoda Grant to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 26A.
Can I withdraw 26A?
Thank you. Rhoda Grant seeks to withdraw Amendment 26A. Does any member object? No member objects, and Amendment 26A is withdrawn. And Minister to press or withdraw Amendment 26.
Moved. Pressed.
Thank you. And the question is that Amendment 26 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed, and we move to Group 9, Land Court, Reviews and Guidance. I call Amendment 28 in the name of Ariane Burgess, grouped with Amendment 27. Ariane Burgess to move Amendment 28 and speak to both amendments in the group.
I move Amendment 28. Thank you, Presiding Officer. The merger of the Scottish Land Court and the Lands Tribunal for Scotland is welcome. It will bring greater clarity and consistency to how land-related matters are handled. As part of these changes, access rights matters will transfer from the Sheriff Courts to the merged court. This amendment supports that transition. It will ensure that before the transfer of jurisdiction happens, guidance issued under Section 27 of the Land Reform Scotland Act 2003 will be updated so that it reflects the Scottish Land Court's new role. While I accept that the Government would naturally update this guidance in due course, I feel it's important to place a clear legal requirement on ministers to do so. Local authorities and others who rely on the guidance need certainty that it will be revised at the right time. So this amendment will help ensure a smooth and well understood transition. Turning to the other amendment in this grouping, number 27, in the name of Jim Fairley, I think it's prudent of the Scottish Government to commit to a review of how the merged land court is getting on. I'm especially pleased that this amendment will require ministers to assess whether further areas of environmental law may be suitable for transfer to the court, and to communicate that assessment to this chamber. I believe this amendment will make a clear case for what I called for at stage 2 of the bill, that we should enable the land court to become an environmental court, and I move Amendment 28.
Thank you. I call on the Minister to speak to Amendment 27 and other amendment in the group.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I'd like to thank Ariane Burgess for proposing and explaining Amendment 28, because access rights matter and transfer to the merged Scottish Land Court, and I agree it's essential that the support and guidance properly reflects the new arrangements. The Government would, of course, update the Section 27 guidance as part of implementing these changes. However, I recognise that this amendment ensures that the update happens in advance of the new jurisdiction taking effect, allowing those who use the system to be ready for the change. Excuse me. For this reason, Scottish Government is happy to support Amendment 28. At stage 2, Ariane Burgess and Tim Eagle both brought forward proposals seeking a review mechanism. I appreciate the points that they raised, and this amendment responds directly to those concerns by putting a clear and structured review duty on the face of the bill. Amendment 27 provides a statutory mechanism to review the effect of the merger of the Scottish Land Court and the Lands Tribunal for Scotland. Importantly, before any review is carried out, there is a safeguard for judicial independence with a requirement to consult the Lord President. This will ensure that the judiciary's perspective is properly considered as this work is undertaken. This amendment requires Scottish ministers to review each new area of jurisdiction 3 years after it comes into force, and I believe that that provides the right amount of time for the changes to bed in and for evidence to emerge about how the new arrangements are working. A key element is ensuring that the judicial, operational and user experience is fully reflected in the process, and the framework provides that insight to be drawn upon as part of each review. That will help to identify whether any refinements are needed to support the effective operations of the court. In line with the policy intention of the court's remit may develop over time, ministers must also assess whether any further areas of environmental law may be suitable for transfer into the court's jurisdiction. Following a review or assessment, a report must be prepared and laid before Parliament and published, setting out the findings and whether any legislative changes are proposed. Taken together, the provisions create a proportionate and evidence-based framework for monitoring how the court's expanded jurisdiction is operating and for informing any future development. And I invite members to support Amendment 27.
Thank you. And I call Ariane Burgess to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 28.
Nothing further to add, and I press Amendment 28.
The question is that Amendment 28 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 28 in the name of Ariane Burgess is yes 82, no 24. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 27 in the name of the Minister, already debated, with Amendment 28. Minister to move formally.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 27 be agreed to.
Sorry, 27. Sorry.
The question is that Amendment 27 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendments 29, 30, 31, 32 and 33, all in the name of the Minister and all previously debated. I invite the Minister to move Amendments 29 to 33 en bloc.
Moved on up.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 29 to 33? No member objects. Therefore, the question is that Amendments 29 to 33 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. That ends consideration of amendments. And as members know, I'm required under standing orders to decide whether or not, in my view, any provision of a bill relates to a protected subject matter. That is whether it modifies the electoral system and franchise for the Scottish Parliamentary elections. And in the case of this bill, in my view, no provision if the Crofting and Scottish Land Court Bill relates to protected subject matter. Therefore, the bill does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3. And I'll just allow a moment or two for front benches to organise before we move to the next item of business. The next item of business is a debate on motion 21102 in the name of Natalie Donennis on the Children, Care, Care Experience and Services Planning Scotland Bill at stage 3. I'd be grateful if members who wish to take part in the debate were to press their request to speak buttons now. And I call on Natalie Donennis to speak to and move the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We grow up loved, safe and respected so that we realise our full potential. Presiding Officer, no law can achieve such an ambition on its own, but it can create the conditions, the support and the services that make it possible. That is what the Children, Care, Care Experience and Services Planning Scotland Bill does. I want to thank every child, young person and adult with care experience who has contributed their views, experiences and ideas to shape this bill. I know some of them are planned to be here in the gallery for the debate and many more are watching online. When Fiona Duncan agreed to lead Scotland's Independent Care Review in 2016, she set in motion the action needed to challenge, encourage and transform a system which continues to this day. Equally, I want to recognise the leadership of our former First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, whose commitment to the promise helped ensure that the findings of the Care Review were not only heard but were acted upon. Her determination to place care experienced children and young people at the centre of national policy has been instrumental in driving this work forward and in setting the direction that we continue to build on today. I also want to thank the committed individuals and organisations across Scotland who are working tirelessly every day to implement the promise and improve lives. It has been a privilege to visit many of you, to see your work firsthand and to witness your passion and determination. This bill gives effect to the 5 foundations of the Care Review. We promised that children would be listened to and meaningfully and appropriately involved in all decisions about their care. Through this bill, children and adults with care experience will have a right to independent advocacy. We're making changes to the children's hearing system to make it more child-centred and rights-respecting, and by bringing key services within scope of the UNCRC, we're putting children's rights at the very heart of the care system. We promised that where children are safe, loved and supported in their families, they should stay. And through this bill, we're making family group decision-making more consistently available and introducing a right to request it. We're strengthening support for kinship carers, and a national register of foster carers will help protect children and ensure better matching with carers. We promised that where living with family is not possible, children should stay with their brothers and sisters where it is safe to do so and belong to a loving home for as long as they need. This bill commits to annually uprating kinship care and foster care allowances, it extends continuing care to 26 and it limits the ability to make profit from the provision of children's care services. We promised that children would be supported to build and sustain relationships with the workforce and with their wider communities. We're creating a new system of aftercare, offering advice, guidance and support during the critical years, and we're strengthening corporate parenting duties. We also promised that the system itself would be responsive, that the scaffolding of support would be there when needed. And through this bill, we are promoting greater understanding of care experience. We're strengthening children's services planning and accountability, Changes to the children's hearing system will improve timescales, consistency and continuity, something that we heard very strongly from those who had experience of the hearing system. And on that, I do want to recognise the amazing work of the young people involved in our Hearings Our Voice. Your voices and your work has been instrumental in transforming the hearing system, and you should be so proud of the contribution that you have made to this piece of legislation. Presiding Officer, many of these measures have been shaped by members across this chamber, and I thank them for their thoughtful and constructive engagement, continuing right into Stage 3 deliberations yesterday. Our willingness to work together sends a clear message to children and young people in care and those who have been in care that this Parliament is determined to keep the promise by 2030. Now, I recognise that concerns have been raised about deliverability, and I understand those concerns. But this bill was always intended to be ambitious, because delivering the promise demands ambition from all of us. The Government is committed to working with partners to ensure that delivery is not only possible, but meaningful. Now, as I'm not standing again at the election, there will be a new minister to take this work forward. So I want to take a moment to say how much this has meant to me. I have put my heart and soul into this bill. I've prioritised it above everything else, and I've worked harder on this than anything I have ever done. And I don't say that for recognition. I say it because of how deeply I care. One of the most meaningful parts of this role has been meeting young people with care experience, and I am truly grateful to every one of you who gave me your time. Those conversations kept me focused and determined. You were never afraid to challenge me. Ministers might think committee scrutiny is tough, but it's nothing compared to walking into a room full of young people with strong views on the promise. You asked the hard questions, and that mattered. Listening to your experiences of loneliness, of anxiety, distrust and struggle stayed with me. And at times I shared parts of my own story because I wanted you to know that I understood. I remember telling one group that I still feel uneasy when there's an unexpected knock at my door, because growing up, that rarely meant good news for me. I grew up in a world where distrust in services was very normal, and yet here I am, in politics, meeting senior officials, police leaders and educators. That journey has not been easy. Overcoming that distrust and the imposter syndrome that comes with it has taken time. And those feelings don't disappear. You just learn how to manage them. But this is not about me. I am deeply grateful to have been given the opportunity to lead this work, and I thank the First Minister for giving me that opportunity and for his commitment to ensuring that the promise remains a government priority. My background did not set me on a path to become a politician, let alone a government minister. But I hope that by stepping into this role, I have shown any child or young person who feels their future is hopeless, as I once did, that it is not. You have so much to give, and I am living proof of that. Do not give up. Presiding Officer, I don't have time to say everything that I would like to, so let me close once again by thanking everyone, the children and young people, the organisations, my officials, members across this chamber and everyone who has contributed to this bill. It has honestly been the honour of my life. And with that, I move that the Children Care Experience and Services Planning Scotland Bill be passed.
Thank you. I now call on Ros McCall.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I begin by thanking the Minister not only for her willingness to work across the chamber and directly with me through the passage of this bill, but also for the words that she has just given in that speech. I think her speeches are best when they come from the heart. That constructive engagement has been genuinely appreciated, and it reflects the spirit in which this legislation should be taken forward. There can be no question of my belief in the promise. Like many across this chamber, I supported it because it represents something rare in public policy, a clear shared commitment to fundamentally change the lives of children who have too often been failed by the systems designed to protect them. It was ambitious, it was necessary, it was bold, and above all, it was urgent. Scotland made a collective vow to its care-experienced children that this Parliament has a responsibility to ensure that that vow is kept. But make no mistake, this bill is not the promise. It doesn't come close. But on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives, I can confirm that we will vote in favour of this bill at decision time this evening. But I want to be honest with the Chamber about what that support means and what it demands. Right from the initial evidence session, I asked about the deliverability of the bill. Throughout Stages 1, Stage 2 and now Stage 3, concerns have been consistently incredibly raised by those on the front line. Social Work Scotland has warned that without meaningful investment and workforce capacity, the bill's ambitions simply cannot be realised. COSLA has been clear that local authorities are already under immense pressure and that new duties without adequate funding risk stretching services even further. And the Law Society of Scotland has raised serious questions about the legal clarity and practical applications of key provisions. Now, these are not fringe voices. These are the very organisations we rely upon to deliver change. They are the people who will be asked to implement every clause of this legislation and to resource every new duty. And when they tell us the foundations are not strong enough, we have a duty to listen. And the Scottish Government has a duty to respond with action. Social Work Scotland, those who see the consequences of this system every single day, have taken the extraordinary and reluctant step of urging Parliament to reject the bill. They do so with what they themselves describe as a deep regret and disappointment. They remind us of something that we should all reflect on, that the care system is already cluttered, complex and does not provide a clear frame to support children, families, decision makers and service providers. We do not take those words lightly. Supporting this bill doesn't mean we can dismiss them. The Law Society of Scotland has warned that the bill does not fully meet recognised human rights standards or provide the legal clarity and consistency required in Scotland's child and family law landscape. Presiding Officer, that's not a minor technical critique. That's a fundamental warning. We should not pass legislation that the legal professionals tell us falls short of the human rights standards we are obligated to uphold. And COSLA has been unambiguous. Local authorities are already under immense pressure, and imposing new duties without adequate funding doesn't help care-experienced children. It risks making the system worse for them. The Scottish Government cannot pass this bill and then walk away from the funding question. That is not progress, that is pressure dressed up as policy. We are supporting this bill because we believe in what it could achieve. But the Scottish Government must understand that passing legislation is not the same as delivering change. The workforce must be resourced. The funding must be real. The legal clarity must be provided. Without these things, the bill will not keep the promise. It will become another layer of complexity in a system already struggling under the weight of good intentions that were never properly implemented. Voting for this bill today is a vote for the promise, but only if the Scottish Government treats what comes next with the seriousness these warnings demand. Implementation, resourcing and accountability are not afterthoughts. They are the whole point. This Parliament must not simply pass a bill and then consider its work done. Scrutiny does not end at Stage 3. We will be watching and asking the hard questions about whether the investment is real, whether the workforce is supported and whether the children this bill is meant to protect are actually better off. The 2030 deadline set by the promise is not a comfort. It is a countdown. And with these warnings we have heard from Social Work Scotland, COSLA and the Law Society, the clock is ticking, louder than ever. Further reform, sustained investment and an unrelenting focus on outcomes are not optional extras. They are what the promise requires. For care-experienced young people and families, what matters is not what we pass in this chamber, it's what it changes in their lives. Too many of them have lived through the gap between policy and reality, between what the system promised and what is actually delivered. This bill on its own does not guarantee change. What it does is create an obligation, and we intend to hold the Scottish Government to it. Today, the Scottish Conservatives will vote in favour of the bill, not because it's sufficient, but because the children it is meant to serve cannot afford for us to stand still. Our support is not a green light for complacency, it is a demand for delivery. If we stand here in 2030 and say hand on heart that we have kept the promise, then today is not the finish line. It is the moment the Scottish Government's accountability begins.
Thank you. I now call on Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Presiding Officer, and I remind the Chamber of my register of interests. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak in this debate and on behalf of Scottish Labour, because I think during last night's proceedings it was striking to see a significant level of agreement in relation to Stage 3 amendments. And I think this demonstrates three things. First, that there has been much improved engagement from the Minister and the Government to deliver on issues that will raise both myself but other colleagues across this chamber at Stage 2, and I am very grateful for that. And second, that there is still an encouraging level of consensus and commitment across this chamber towards fulfilling the promise. And thirdly, that there are many people across Scotland, both within the care-experienced community and those who support them, that want to see change. Unfortunately, the fact is that improved engagement was an absolute necessity, because engagement during the early stages of this bill's development and before the bill came before the Chamber has been extremely poor. The people with the most experience and knowledge to contribute to this bill were not all listened to, and it is much a poorer piece of legislation for that. It should have not been left to the last moment. It is far, far too important. The Independent Care Review told us in 2020 legislation was needed to simplify the legal landscape. This government promised us in 2022 that this would happen. And this bill is a lot of things, but simple it's not. Unfortunately, further legislation will be required in the next session to clear up the messy legislative landscape, as well as to properly redesign the children's hearing system. And we must learn the lessons that this process has taught us as politicians within this Parliament and within the government. I am proud, however, that we did manage to reach a point where this bill starts to make real, tangible differences to the lives of one of the most vulnerable groups in our country. It introduces the right to return to care, and in particular that itself is a worthy celebration. This bill has provided an opportunity to shine a light on incredibly important work that the independent advocacy services do. Young people have the right to have their voices heard under Article 12 of UNCRC, which must always guide our policy making. And independent advocacy empowers them to do so. And during these proceedings, I've sought to highlight the need for the UNCRC to guide our legislation, to reimagine the approach to children's hearings, to acknowledge the vital contribution, immense value of foster carers. The provisions in this bill, the discussion surrounding them, must provide an impetus to act on these issues. Because that's what this bill actually is. It is an impetus to act. It is an instruction to act. It is a call to capture the voice of our young people to act. It does not fulfil commitments to the care experience community. Presiding Officer, we're still not where we need to be. Corporate parenting, social workers still operating in incredibly challenging environments. Too many care experienced young people are still not being given the nurture that they need to thrive. And the hard-won victories in this bill will mean nothing if there is not proper resource and effective implementation. I do wish in the short time that's left to genuinely comment on a minister who I think, as she leaves this place, is probably at her most valuable. She has crafted a way of reaching out through the Stage 2 and Stage 3 of this bill that I think many with far more experience could deeply learn from. And I hope whoever follows her builds on that, doesn't start again, doesn't need to learn to get again, but to look at what she's achieved. And I know in discussions that I've had, and indeed the Minister mentioned in her own contribution, a concern about imposter syndrome. From my own point of view, she absolutely should not think that. She is not an imposter in any way. She is a highly skilled, articulate politician that has defended the Scottish Government, has listened to care experienced people, has listened to sometimes buffooning politicians around this chamber, but has done everything she could do to get this bill into a place. And I confirm that Scottish Labour will support this bill tonight, and I thank her specifically for that work. My apologies, not through the Chair, Presiding Officer. Because 6 years ago, parties across this Parliament came together to make a promise. We now need to build on this consensus. We must keep being ambitious, but most of all, we must keep remaining accountable for where we're falling short to the people who really matter here, and that is our care experience community. I'm grateful, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I now call Ross Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by paying tribute to Scotland's care experience community? We would not be here today without the incredibly powerful political movement that they built, a movement that was ultimately impossible for politicians in parliaments and governments at all levels to ignore. That is the only reason that we are here today to pass this bill. And the bill is not everything that our care experience community deserve. Absolutely not. But it makes huge progress. We will need to return to this next session. There will need to be at least one more bill next session. As members have already highlighted, child law in general in Scotland is now pretty hopelessly fragmented. At the very least, we are going to need a consolidation of the great many acts that this Parliament and indeed the Westminster Parliament before this place passed. And I'm still frustrated that the review of legislation in relation to the care system in particular is only going to come after this bill, when this could have been an opportunity to make a great many of the obvious changes that I think that will conclude. But nonetheless, the Scottish Greens are proud to support this. This is a stronger bill for the work of this Parliament. It establishes the right to independent advocacy. That is huge progress. And I'm glad that we succeeded in defining what that actually meant through the amendments that I lodged at stage 2 and those from Nicola Sturgeon and the Minister at stage 3. It is a far more operable and far more effective definition, I believe, that we have. And yesterday we added non-instructed advocacy for children's hearings. It cannot be right that children who, for reasons of age or incapacity, can't say for themselves are at risk of missing out on advocacy in that most critical of settings. Ministers will now, once we publish this, have to publish corporate guidance, corporate parenting guidance. And that guidance is going to need to include information on the provision of training and the renewable training. That sounds pretty dry, but it's actually incredibly important when we think of the critical role that councillors will play in actually delivering the promise, as the leaders of local government, as those with that direct responsibility for looking after so many children in our society. I think we can all acknowledge that we came to a relatively untidy solution on UNCRC compliance, but it was the right solution. Everything we do now in this Parliament must be underpinned by and compliant with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and I'm glad that we came to the decisions that we did on that. I want to thank the Minister for the work that she's done throughout this process in agreeing to take forward work looking at the situation of estranged young people across Scotland. Not all estranged young people are care experienced. In fact, many find themselves in the first moments of adulthood almost totally ineligible for any form of support, or even unaware of what support they can access. And at this point, I want to pay tribute to Councillor Blair Anderson. As I said yesterday, there are no organisations left in Scotland now who are dedicated to representing the estranged community. It is just Blair Anderson, but it's as a result of the work that he's done that we have this commitment from the government to take this forward, and this must be on the agenda in the next session of Parliament. Just before I close, Presiding Officer, I want to thank the Minister not just for her work and her willingness to collaborate on this bill, but on all of the work that we've taken forward together throughout her portfolio. There is no doubt how deeply she believes in this mission to make Scotland the best place in the world for children and young people to grow up. And I wish her and her family well in whatever she chooses to do next after she leaves this place. I also want to thank Nicola Sturgeon for her leadership, not just on this cause, but on so many causes that are core to what so many of us believe this country can be. I still think that being the then Deputy First Minister's temporary bag carrier in 2014 was possibly the most nerve-wracking job I've ever had or will ever have. But I am so grateful for everything that Nicola Sturgeon has given to Scotland, but in particular everything that she has given to our care experience community and the impact that that has had for them. In closing, Presiding Officer, this bill is one more step towards meeting the promise to Scotland's care experience community. It's an opportunity for us as a Parliament to prove that love is a verb. We, above all others, have a duty to show love to Scotland's children and young people. And for far, far too long, the state failed to show that love to care-experienced children and young people. The last 13 years have been a journey to make amends for that. Today is just one more step on that journey, far from the final step, but it is an important step, and for that reason the Scottish Greens will be proud to vote for this bill today.
Thank you. I now call Willie Rennie.
This is probably the most difficult job in government. The promise encapsulates everything that government does. It reaches in every single corner. So to be a junior minister in charge of that enormous responsibility was just a gigantic task. And I have seen the minister grow in strength and authority as that bill has progressed. I think she has become an outstanding minister. I know she doubts herself, but she shouldn't doubt herself, because I think she has really risen to the challenge and navigated what was a really difficult bill to something that is in a decent shape now. And I want to thank her for that. She also had the former First Minister breathing down her neck through that process. And I want to take the opportunity to pay tribute to Nicola Sturgeon too for her commitment to the promise. I think she came to her own in the pandemic. And I know I've probably tested her patience at times. She did call me a pathetic attention seeker at one point. What she didn't know is I've got 3 older sisters, and it was probably the only time ever that they've agreed with Nicola Sturgeon. But I do want to compliment her on her time in Parliament and in government, and I wish her well in the future. Also to thank the officials. I know it's been a difficult process, but they have been resilient through that, and I've appreciated the advice that they have provided. To the care-experienced community and all the various groups who have provided excellent support and guidance. They don't always agree with each other, which is fantastic, because it gives a great 1,000 flowers will bloom through that process. We are able to learn from you, and I think have developed, as a result, a bill that is commendable. And I recommit myself and the Liberal Democrats to the promise, because I know it's important to say that. It's important for people to hear that we're not going cold on the promise, and we will stay resolute to it. This bill on its own will not deliver the promise, but it will help on independent advocacy, the children's hearing system, aftercare, the right to return, kinship, foster carer. And there are 3 important areas that I am particularly pleased about, which came through on amendments, which were places of safety as an alternative to a police station, the family group decision-making, and I'm really grateful to Children's First for the support and guidance on that, but also to Duncan Dunlop for the register of premature deaths, which is not everything that he wanted, but I think is a step in the right direction. So it's a good bill. But there is a real warning for us here, because all these fine ambitions and good intentions will not matter a jot unless we deliver. And the warning from COSLA and social workers is stark. We heard evidence from them in the committee. They were very clear. They are stretched to breaking point. And if we load an awful lot more responsibilities on them, we shouldn't be surprised that the system will be under more strain. So we need to follow this bill with the resource and the experienced people to deliver it. Because too often I see a system that is run on a crisis basis. It's only able to respond when a child is in crisis. And when they're in crisis, it's almost too late. It's never too late, but it's almost too late. And we cannot afford for that to continue, because we cannot fail. We've got 2 choices about the future, haven't we, for the young people. We can carry on as we are with failed demand on services and lives that are limited and sometimes tragically lost. Or we can draw on the amazing talents of these young people and adults who are amazingly resilient because they have been through so much that they could contribute so greatly to our society. Those are the choices we've got. Do we want them to contribute and be great people, or do we want that lives limited and lost? That's why we cannot afford to fail. We absolutely must deliver the promise.
Thank you. We move to the open debate, and I call Nicola Sturgeon.
Presiding Officer, this will be my final contribution in this Parliament, so do forgive me if I get a bit emotional. It does feel fitting, fated even, that I am making this final speech on an issue as close to my heart as the promise is and always will be. I am, of course, one of the few remaining 1999ers, those of us who are almost literally in with the bricks of this place, which means I have been here for 27 years. That is almost exactly half my life. So even though the time is right to move on, I won't pretend that leaving isn't a wrench. It is. I want today to say a heartfelt thank you to those whose support has meant so much, to MSP colleagues, past and present, to the staff who work so hard behind the scenes here, from catering to cleaning and security, the mailroom and IT, clerks and the official report. You truly are the unsung heroes of this place. To my own staff who have worked with me here and in the constituency. And of course to my constituents in Glasgow Southside, the best constituency in the country, bar none. Thank you for the incredible honour of representing you. You know, when I look back across the last 27 years, in opposition and in government, through all the triumphs and, yes, the occasional disasters, the thread running through everything I have sought to champion and achieve is this: equality. Equality for my country, hence my passionate belief that Scotland should be and will be independent. And equality for everyone in it. Each of us, regardless of background, class, gender, sexuality, ethnicity, should have the same chances in life. What we then do with those chances is, of course, up to us, but the circumstances of our births should not place limits on what we can achieve. I believe we have made progress towards this over my time here, though the global moment we live in is warning us that it can't be taken for granted. The arc of history may be long, but I have never believed that it automatically bends towards justice. It must always be pushed that way. And it was a group of care-experienced children who 10 years ago reminded me of that and persuaded me of this: that no matter how much progress we make in other ways, Scotland will not be a fair and equal country until those who spend their childhoods in care enjoy the same support, stability and love. And let me underline that word, love, that most of us get from our parents and families. For as long as those with care experience are more likely than the rest of us, through no fault of theirs, to end up homeless, incarcerated, addicted or dead, Scotland will have no right to claim the mantle of equality. Changing that is what the promise is all about. This bill represents, in the words of Who Cares Scotland today, an incredible step in the right direction. And that is in no small measure down to the hard work and the dedication of the Minister, Natalie Dawn-Innes. As she also prepares to step down, she should feel extremely proud of what she has achieved. I know I am very, very proud of her. She has stewarded this bill with diligence, with care and with skill. And I echo what everyone before me has said today. She should never, ever doubt herself. She is a first-class minister and this Parliament will be poorer without her. Presiding Officer, the promise must be kept by 2030, and I believe it can be. But it will require a monumental effort from the next government and the next Parliament. Commitment, courage, investment and a ruthless determination to put the lives of children ahead of the established practices of the systems they rely on. I may have been the First Minister who made the promise, but let me say this. The real place in history will belong to the First Minister who keeps the promise. I hope with all my heart that will be my friend John Swinney. But whoever it is, do not fail these children. If you pick up this baton and run towards the finish line with every ounce of your energy, you will hear me cheering you on. But if you don't, be in no doubt, you will definitely hear from me then. Presiding Officer, I do have an eye on the clock, but I hope you might indulge me for just a moment longer. Over my years here, I have seen politics and political discourse change almost beyond recognition, and not always for the better. This is true globally, but Scotland is not immune. And yes, I know that I bear my share of responsibility. This session of Parliament has been the most fractious and divided that I have served in. But the last couple of weeks have reminded us, through our consideration of the assisted dying legislation and now this bill, that it doesn't have to be that way. So let me offer some parting thoughts. And since I haven't always lived by these principles, I should probably frame it as advice to my younger self rather than to those who will come after me. But either way, here it is. Make friends in other parties. Opponents need not be enemies. And on that note, can I thank one of my good friends from another party, Ross Greer, who has given up some of his speaking time for me here today. So reach across the aisle. And no matter the depth of your loyalty to your own political tribe, don't forget to think for yourself. Keep a sense of perspective. You know, if everything is a scandal or an outrage, nothing is. And then those who deserve to be held to account, they get off scot-free. Even when trying to bring your opponent down in debate, elevate this institution. This Parliament was hard fought for, and it will outlive all of us. But there are those in the ascendancy in politics today who don't want that to be so. So do not take this Parliament for granted. Don't live life on social media. Use it, but never forget that there is a real world out there, and it is the people in it that you are here to serve. And finally, every day you walk through these doors and into this magnificent chamber, remember that it is a privilege, a rare privilege. For 27 years, it has been my privilege, one that I must now draw to a close. So let me do so by urging everyone here today to vote for this bill, for the sake of the children who rely on the state, who rely on us to look after them. But, Presiding Officer, I want the very, very final words I utter in this chamber to be for those children and to those who will occupy these benches in just a few weeks' time. And these words are simply this: keep the promise.
Thank you. Thank you. And I now call on Jeremy Balfour.
Follow that, Presiding Officer. Can I thank the former First Minister for her words. I'm not sure there's lots of things that we agree on politically, but I think her advice to her younger self is excellent advice. I had the privilege of being a lobbyist 26 years ago to this Parliament, and I can see the difference the Parliament has been in the last 26 years. Some of it has been very positive, but I absolutely agree with Nicola Sturgeon that the way that we conduct ourselves sometimes in this chamber is not the way that the Scottish people would want us to do it. And I also want to say that I think we are only here today with this bill because of the work that she has done. And I want to put my thanks to her on behalf of the many young people that I have engaged with over this bill, to thank her for getting us there. Can I also thank the charities and different groups that have contacted me and spoken to me and helped me with the amendments that I brought forward last night. I think we are still in a good place with cross-party support. And I do hope that whoever forms the next government and whichever parties are represented in the next Parliament, that will continue and will hold together. I think there's some really good things in this bill. I think the movement on kinship care particularly is something that I am pleased, and I thank the Minister for the work that she has done on this. But in the time that I have left, Deputy Presiding Officer, I would like to just ask 3 simple questions about where we are and about this bill. The first is, and I agree absolutely, which again must be not often happen, with Ross Greer in regard to the issue around UNCHR. I do hope that it is compliant. We have had warnings both from the Law Society of Scotland and from a number of other charities that they do question, even with the amendments that we have brought forward yesterday, that we are competent. And I do fear that there will be a legal challenge to this bill by somebody. Clearly, it will take better legal minds than I have to decide on that. But I do hope that whatever challenge does come, that we can build on this bill, and whatever challenges the court brings back to the next Parliament, that it can be dealt with quickly. My second question is, can this be delivered in practice? I welcomed the comments made by the Minister in her opening statement and comments made by others already in regard to this. But we do have to listen very carefully to those who have given us briefing papers and warnings on this. Whether it's the social workers, whether it's COSLA, whether it's others, that said that this will not work unless we fund local services better. And again, that's not something that this Parliament can do, this government can do. It will be a challenge for the next government and for the next Parliament. But if we are truly going to have hearings that work, if we're truly going to have the right intervention at the right time, if we're truly going to support grandparents, uncles, aunties, others to do the kinship care, then it does need to be funded. And I hope that that will happen. And then finally, Deputy Presiding Officer, my question is, what comes next? I also want to join other colleagues in thanking the Minister for her work that she has done on Stage 2 and Stage 3. I think, if I'm honest, the reason she is such a good Minister is that we gave her a hard time as convener on the Social Justice Committee when she first arrived in this Parliament. But she has grown in her role as a leader, and she has taken this bill through in a way that I think many others, as someone else said, could learn lessons from. But my worry is, if I am honest, with the Minister going, with the former First Minister leaving, with who knows will be elected next time, who will pick up the challenge after May? And I hope not only that the present First Minister and Mr Rennie and Mr Greer, but those from the Labour Party and from the Conservative Party, those other 2 leaders, will also commit, in the same way as those 3 leaders have committed, that whoever forms this government, that we will see the promise delivered in 2030. Because this bill, if I'm honest, will not be the paper that it's worth written on unless we do that, not just this Parliament, but civic society as a whole. So I do hope that this will be delivered. I think it is the first step, and I look forward to seeing what bill comes forward in the next Parliament. And I'm sure we will all get behind whoever is leading it, so that it will be delivered. And most importantly, some of the most vulnerable children in our society will get a better chance than we have today. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Balfour. We move to closing speeches. I call first Paul O'Kane, around 4 minutes. Mr O'Kane.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And in beginning this evening, I will, for the last time in this Parliament, probably declare an interest that my husband is a Children's Family Social Work Manager and a registered social worker. And in beginning to sum up today's debate on behalf of Scottish Labour, I'd like to put on record my thanks to everyone involved in the bill process, but in a particular way to my colleague Martin Whitfield for something of a marathon last night on the front bench in pursuing amendments, as with colleagues across the chamber and indeed the Minister and all of the relevant officials. I've said many times in the process of this bill that it is both an opportunity and has at times been a risk. And I think we all are reflecting on that this evening. It was this government, as we've heard, that brought together the care review and made the promise. And Parliament agreed with that promise. And together we do hold it. But we do have to reflect that it is the government of the day who have the power, set the direction and drive the change. And that will be true for whoever forms the next Scottish Government in terms of the progress we make. Because as we've heard from several speakers this evening, this bill doesn't deliver the promise. And we still have so much to do. But I do want to recognise, as others have, what the bill does do. I recognise the progress that we will make on many areas by passing this legislation, particularly on advocacy, on the right to return to care, on UNCRC issues, on kinship care. And I would recognise the contributions that have been made by many colleagues in that regard. But again, I do think we have to reflect the reservations that have been outlined by the social work profession, by COSLA, by the Law Society, and indeed the reservations that have been raised throughout the process by care experienced people and many others about what more we have to do in order to move forward to achieving the promise. I would join colleagues tonight in paying a warm tribute to Natalie Donennis. She inherited the promise and the bill process as a minister, and I believe her very, very much when she speaks on how much this has meant to her and how important it has been to her. And I saw that through the interactions we had on the cross-party group on care leavers, where Natalie Don was absolutely willing to sit there and front up and answer questions of those young people and take the time, crucially, in a very busy ministerial diary to spend with me many an evening in this Parliament engaging with those care experienced people. And I just think it speaks to the effort she has put in. I also am going around the doors in Bridge of Weir and Houston soliciting for votes, and many folk speak to me about the respect they have and the work that she has done locally. So I am perhaps grateful that she is not a candidate against me in that election, and I do wish her all the very best for the future. Of course, we are reflecting on the conclusion of this Parliament tonight and the next Parliament to come. And I do think it is incumbent on all of us to reflect, whether we return here or not, that the biggest danger in the whole process around both this bill and more widely would be that any young person, any care experienced person feels that a promise was made and that people did what they could and then had to move on or moved on, and the promise remained undelivered. Because I think fundamentally, for too many people, and this was what was at the heart of the care review, that has been the pattern and the story of their experience, and is what they are seeking to fundamentally change. So that should weigh on all of us, whether we return to the next Parliament or not. We have so much more to do. We will need more legislation. We will need more energy and dedication. But like others tonight, I recommit myself and my party to the promise and to ensuring that we drive forward to its delivery. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr O'Kane. And I call Miles Briggs, around 5 minutes. Mr Briggs.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I didn't realise you were coming to me straight away, but can I also take this opportunity to pay tribute to the Minister? It's a strange fact that it seems to be only at the end of a Parliament that any of us are able to actually express our respect or friendship for each other. And the First Minister, I thought, was about to make an intervention there. But I do want to pay tribute to Natalie Donennis, who, as has already been mentioned, as convener of the Social Justice, Social Security Committee, did a great job as convener. But as Minister, should also be proud of the work that she has done and the example that she has set. And we often in this chamber talk about lived experience, and sometimes that's thrown around as evidence and evidential proof of what we're trying to achieve. But I know the Minister personally has brought that to her role. I think that's really important, especially for kinship care. And it's one of the aspects of the bill which I know many of us don't feel is where it should be. But I know the Minister has set on course actions and work which will make sure that that is taken forward. Now, other members have already touched upon the fact that this isn't the complete promise. This isn't us able to stand up to say that we have collectively kept the promise. But we need to dedicate ourselves to do that in the next session of Parliament. Because for all the young people watching or listening to this debate, they should know that they have been the ones who have driven the change and have made every politician from every political party represented here in our Parliament and in this chamber commit to keeping the promise and making it a reality. And I've been inspired by every single young person that I have met during my time working on this bill. From a young man I met who told me he was studying law and then joked just what Scotland needs, more lawyers, but he has seen how this has made a difference already for him to go into study. To the two sisters, which Paul McClellan and I met at an event here in Parliament with the Education and Young People's Committee, who demonstrated that keeping siblings together is something that Parliament has demanded, and we are now seeing welcome progress. Now, I think there's a lot more we should and must do to make sure that this bill achieves what it has to. And as I've touched upon, kinship care is one of the areas I really think is important. I met with some kinship care families this morning, and I still have my concerns around what we are seeing and the postcode lottery at the end of the day, which is what we all want to see addressed. And I think it's unacceptable that we still see in many local authority areas a huge variation in what is being delivered for care experienced young people. And from support stopping at 16 or 18 to not actually making sure that support goes up to 21, as is in the case for foster care. So I think we can see and must see a far better vision for kinship carers, and especially for families who, in the last committee, and again, the Minister and I sat in a round table with kinship care families, and is a story which always I repeat and sticks with me as one of the main things doing this job, which has made me think we can always do better. And it was a grandparent who told us that at 3 in the morning, the police arrived at her door with her half-naked grandchild, handed her over, and that was it. She had to then put together a package, leave her job, and make sure that she was able to rally around and get the support she needed. She fought for absolutely everything, and it shouldn't be like that. And I hope that the opportunity, and the Minister has outlined to me the kinship care vision, awareness and visibility of support, and some of the changes the government intend to take forward, especially around clearer support, local support offers, proactive information and improving consistency and transparency. And I think these can make the difference. But if they do not, I certainly hope and intend to make sure that the next bill in this Parliament does do more for kinship care families. It's the only way that we can make sure that they will be supported. Presiding Officer, we can pass legislation, but changing attitudes is what we need to make sure happens. And I do think the promise can look towards what that has done. I've chaired and been involved in many meetings in the past few years with people working in social work, people working across our public sector who talk about the promise and talk about their ambitions to meet the promise. It comes down to resources, and it always will. But being collectively committed to keeping the promise is something I know that they certainly hold. Now, we cannot just put to one side the concerns which have been expressed by COSLA, Solace and others, that when it comes down to delivering this on the ground, that will now be the major challenge of the next session. But tonight, I hope that Parliament can and will reaffirm our support to deliver the promise. And I hope that every care-experienced young people, again watching or listening to this debate, will see that their Parliament continues to work to progress towards delivering the promise by 2030. I know there is frustration at the lack of progress in many areas and indeed on delivery on the ground and reforms. But above all, this is something we are all committed to. And I hope we can send out a clear message to care-experienced young people that we care about them and that we will make sure that by 2030 the promise is delivered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Briggs. Now, Colin Jones-Swinney, to wind up the debate, First Minister, a reasonably generous 6 minutes.
President Officer, before Parliament votes tonight, I want to reflect on what this moment represents for Parliament and for care-experienced young people in Scotland. Throughout this debate, we have spoken about systems and about reform. But at its heart, this bill is about people, about children and young people whose lives have been shaped by the care system and about our responsibility to do better for them. The promise asks Scotland to look honestly at the experiences of those who have grown up in care. It asks us to listen to their stories of resilience and courage, but also stories of systems that too often failed to provide the love, stability and support that every child deserves and needs in their life. On Tuesday, I met with the Minister with a number of care-experienced people that I first met 10 years ago. One of those present told me that when you cannot rely on your parents to care, you need your nation to care. And that is a challenge that rests on all of us. Those young people also told me of tangible change that we have seen over the years since the promise was made. And they told me that in their opinion our nation cares more than it has in the past. That is welcome, but it is a challenge that we must always strive to live up to improve the experience of children who experience care. The promise asked us to change. Members across this chamber accepted that challenge. And today we take another seismic step in honouring that commitment. Keeping the promise is not a single bill. Ros McCall is absolutely correct on this point. It is a generational commitment, however, to transform how Scotland supports children and families. The world is watching the progress that Scotland is making, but more importantly, our children and young people are watching this Parliament and the steps that it has taken. And moments like this matter. They show that Scotland is prepared to listen, to learn and to change, to face up to uncomfortable elements of our country's identity and to make things better for those that we need to make our country better for. They show that the voices of people with lived experience can shape the laws of this country. That is what is happening tonight. And they remind us why the work that we do in this chamber matters to improve the lives of individuals in our country. So, Presiding Officer, I believe this bill represents real progress and a clear statement of the direction that Scotland has chosen to take. But it would not have reached this point in the shape that it has reached without the leadership of Natalie Dawn Innes in steering this bill through Parliament. Since her election to this Parliament, Natalie Dawn Innes has spoken openly about her own experiences of growing up that drove her commitment to this legislation. It is clear in everything she says and does as one of my ministers. She can be proud of the progress that she has delivered in government, and I am immensely proud of how she has gone about doing this and about improving the lives of others as a consequence. She has listened, engaged and reflected. That approach has made this government better and it's made this legislation stronger. I associate myself with what Mr Whitfield said about the learning that perhaps more experienced hands can take from more junior hands on these questions. But I also want to express my thanks to members of all parties for the commitment they have given to enhancing this bill as a consequence of the engagement they have had with the Minister. And that has been the foundation of making this bill as strong as it is, because the Minister has led a process of engagement with all parties to make sure that this bill is as strong as it can be. I know that her role as a Minister is one that has commanded her personal engagement and investment and activity, and it is rooted in the entire being of my Minister, Natalie Dawn-Innes. And I don't often disclose to Parliament the private conversations I have with my ministers, but I want to make it clear to Parliament tonight that Natalie Dawn-Innes's decision to stand down from Parliament is one that I deeply regret, and I worked very hard to try to make sure she did not take. But tonight, I want to express in the most public way I can my admiration for Natalie Dawn-Innes, for all that she has contributed to the work of my government and this Parliament, and she stands down from Parliament with my warmest wishes and my admiration for all that she has achieved. And, Presiding Officer, I also want to pay tribute to my friend and colleague Nicola Sturgeon, making her final contribution to debate in the Scottish Parliament this evening. Although there is a First Minister's question time next Wednesday, which she may decide to hold somebody to account at. There is always fear left in every week of the parliamentary session. Nicola Sturgeon and I have travelled far together since our earliest days in the Scottish National Party, and we became members of the Scottish Parliament on the same day, and we entered government on the same day. I was proud and honoured to serve for every minute of my time as her Deputy First Minister. The decisions she took as First Minister have transformed the lives of people in Scotland, in particular our children and young people. She led from the front with her bold decision to introduce the Scottish Child Payment. As First Minister, she expanded free early learning and childcare, extended free school meals and introduced the baby box. But I know that the policy she feels most proud of and most passionate about is the promise. When Nicola Sturgeon and I started on this journey of engaging on the issues of care when I was her Education Secretary, we started by listening carefully to the voices at the heart of the Independent Care Review, which called for a system focused on love, safety and respect. I took part in a number of meetings, but Nicola Sturgeon gave a commitment to speak to 1,000 care-experienced young people in Scotland, and she spoke to 1,000 care-experienced young people, and more than likely more than the 1,000. As the First Minister who made the promise, I know that Nicola Sturgeon feels a particular responsibility to see that it is fully honoured. That is a responsibility she has discharged in how she is engaged on this bill. And I know that the responsibility that she feels to care-experienced children, to ensure that everyone grows up feeling loved, safe and respected, will not end when she leaves this Parliament. And looking forward to her continuing contribution to this effort, I want to express, as First Minister, on behalf of the people of Scotland, my warmest thanks to Nicola Sturgeon for the immense public service she has given to Scotland as a member of the Scottish Parliament, as the Deputy First Minister and as the longest-serving and first female First Minister of Scotland. She has much to be proud of and steps down from Parliament with my heartfelt thanks and warmest wishes for all that lies ahead and for all that she has done for Scotland. You have, Presiding Officer, been very generous in the allocation of time to me this evening, and I will not speak for much longer. But there is one more important thing I need to say to Parliament. I am, of course, as we all are, about to embark on an election campaign, and although it will not be a universally popular concept around the whole of Parliament, I do intend to work very hard to try to be the First Minister that returns here after the election on the 7th of May. Should I have that privilege, I want to say openly to Parliament tonight, to the country, to care-experienced young people in Scotland, and to Nicola Sturgeon, who did so much to pave the way to enhance the lives of care-experienced young people, that if I am fortunate enough to be elected as the First Minister of Scotland to continue this work, I will do my all to deliver the promise. We entered into this commitment to improve the lives of care-experienced young people in Scotland, to keep the promise, and I pledge to do that if I am elected as First Minister. And I also pledge to work in the way that Nicola Sturgeon, and if I may say so, Liz Smith, in her speech to Parliament just the other day, said about that collective endeavour. Because surely, and Presiding Officer, your leadership of the bill that we have wrestled with over the last week has been, as Nicola Sturgeon said, a demonstration that it is possible for us to have courteous and respectful debate in wrestling with big questions. And there can be no bigger question than making sure that the future of young people in our country is the best it possibly can be. And if I am fortunate enough to lead a government, I will work with others to make sure we fulfil that promise.
Thank you, First Minister. I've also exercised a degree of latitude in participation from the public gallery, but we'll draw a diplomatic veil over that. That concludes the debate on the Children, Care Experience and Services Framing Scotland Bill at Stage 3. It's now time to move on to the next item of business. The next item of business is a consideration of motion 21143 in the name of Jackson Carlaw, on behalf of the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body on reimbursement of members' expenses scheme resolution. And I call on Jackson Carlaw to speak to and move the motion. Mr Carlaw.
As concisely as I can, Presiding Officer, I move two motions on behalf of the corporate body and speak to both just now. The corporate body table a motion to replace the current reimbursement of members' expenses and party leaders schemes. We're making the change now in order that the new scheme can be fully effective from the start of Session 7 to enable new and returning members to set up offices and employ their staff. Deputy Presiding Officer, on behalf of the corporate body, the Presiding Officer wrote in November to all members following both reviews undertaken during Session 6, explaining the detail of the changes that are proposed. A strong Parliament depends on having members who are equipped to fulfil their role, so we believe that the recommended changes will continue to help ensure that MSPs will be properly supported to represent their constituents and hold the Government of the day to account. If agreed, therefore, from the start of Session 7, more support will be provided to enable members and their staff to work hybridly between home, Parliament and their local office. More flexibility will also be available to members in relation to the amount that can be transferred between the office costs and engagement provision, enabling more choice in how members communicate with their constituents or in the office they may choose to have. In responding to the gender-sensitive board findings, the provision for additional temporary resources where a member is absent long-term, which was introduced last session, will be moved to become a standard rather than an exceptional provision that members can apply for. New minimum office standards will be introduced and more guidance provided to members to help them in finding suitable office, including the need to engage a property expert and seek independent legal advice to protect members' own rights. A new provision to provide additional care costs where business sittings go beyond our normal hours will be available on application to support those members with caring responsibilities for a children under the age of 16 or an adult dependent, up to a maximum of £1,050 per month, based on £350 per dependent, up to a maximum of 3 dependents. We also assessed Edinburgh rents during the review, and whilst we are content that those entitled to flats can still afford these under the latest uplift, we have also recognised that there will be an ongoing need for support on the additional council tax premium being applied to the accommodation, and therefore, rather than a temporary measure, this has become part of the scheme as standard. We've also looked at how better support members who travel extensively in their constituency or region because of the geography, we will be providing additional funding to those who incur mileage over 11,000 miles, albeit under HMRC rules. This additional funding will be taxable. We've also reviewed the party leaders' allowance, which now becomes the party leaders' expenses scheme, and we have widened access to the scheme by reducing the eligibility criteria to parties with 5 or more members from the current 15, and that funding should be provided based on a fixed amount per party, £20,000, plus an amount per member returned for the party, £1,500. Changes to the scheme to widen it have the support of all party leaders at Holyrood, and I hope that the corporate body can also count on the support of members in the Chamber this evening to support the motion. On behalf of the corporate motion, I move first motion S6M 21143.
Thank you, Mr Carlow. The next item of business is consideration of motion 21144 in the name of Jackson Carlow on behalf of the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body on Party Leaders Expenses Scheme Resolution. I call on Jackson Carlow to move the motion.
Formally moved.
Thank you. The question on this and the previous motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of motion 21053 in the name of Martin Whitfield on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee's third report 2026, section 6. I'd invite members who wish to speak in this debate to press the request to speak buttons. I call on Martin Whitfield to speak to and move the motion. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer, and unlike the former contribution, we didn't add all of our reports into the bulletin to make it perhaps the longest bulletin that we've had in this entire session. I will speak to 3 motions this evening that mark the conclusion of 2 important pieces of work for the SPPA Committee in this session: our inquiry into committee effectiveness and our consideration of some recommendations made in the gender-sensitive audit that was established by the presiding officer. And if agreed, these changes I will speak to will take effect from the start of session 7. The first is Committee Report 3 of 2026, and I move the motion S6M 21053 in my name. This report sets out the committee's recommendation for a number of standing orders changes following recommendations in the committee's inquiry on strengthening effectiveness. These were endorsed by the Parliament in the committee's inquiry debate that was held on the 6th of November 2025. And members may wish to note that the proposal relating to elected conveners will be considered in a separate motion later this evening. Some of the key rule changes proposed in this report include reducing the maximum number of members for committees down from 15 to 10 members, implementing recommendations made by the gender-sensitive audit for no single-sex committees next session, and also that when established, committee membership should normally reflect the gender balance of the Parliament, and enable committees to meet in private at the same time as the Chamber without requiring prior permission to do so. An intervention.
I thank Martin Whitfield for taking my intervention, and we do support the majority of these changes, as you know. However, I do want to raise a specific concern with the new Rule 6.3.4a, which states the Bureau, and I'm quoting, must ensure a committee's members are not all of the same sex. Does the member accept that this rule will inevitably result in some women being pressured to join more committees than men, working harder for the same MSP salary? And does he think that this would be in line with equal pay laws?
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful for the intervention and indeed to Sue Webber as one of the members of the committee when we discussed this. And she will be aware, and members will be aware from the report itself, that there was great concern raised about the pressure that will be put on women, particularly in smaller parties, but not exclusively to smaller parties, where their expectation to serve on committees is merely driven by the fact that they are women. And indeed, they may be persuaded to sit on more than one or indeed more than 2 committees to fulfil those. I do have confidence, however, I think we discussed and exercised this in a number of our meetings. I do have confidence that the wording that we are proposing today can reflect the reality and prevent that situation from occurring. If it does, then I think it would be beholden not just on this chamber, not just on those that sit in the presiding officer's chair, or indeed those that come on the committee that we have served at, to look at it immediately, because one of the challenges that we did pick up in the evidence for our report that there is perhaps a difficulty sometimes in an expectation that's being placed. It's interesting to note that sitting within the standing orders, and one of the things that the Bureau should be asked to take into account of, is the interests of individual members in serving on committees. And that is something that's perhaps been celebrated more in its absence than it being taken forward, and is perhaps something that the new session can look at. The other changes include bringing forward a deadline for the introduction date of members' bills, which I know has been discussed at great length, actually, over the past month in various contributions in this chamber, to prevent what we've discovered at the end of this session, where a significant number of members' bills are having to be pushed in and forced through. And by moving the introduction date line, this will prevent this backlog occurring at the end of the session. Other proposals include strengthening committees' annual reporting requirements, introducing a requirement for a dedicated debate slot for the People's Panels, which are being committed to in the next session. And finally, this report recommends changes to standing orders to introduce a hosting rule to allow for the sharing of knowledge and expertise between committees. This will enable a committee to invite members of another committee to attend, participate in the committee's meetings, and have enhanced rights to access to the private sessions and meeting papers, but not the right to vote at that committee. As a committee, we believe making these changes will strengthen the Parliament's committees, give them additional tools for more effective scrutiny, and I would invite members to support this motion at decision time. I'm grateful.
Thank you, Mr Whitfield. The question on that motion will be put at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of motion 21052. Also in the name of Martin Whitfield, on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointment Committee's fourth report 2026, session 6. I'd invite members wishing to participate in this debate to press the request to speak buttons and call on Martin Whitfield to speak to him.
I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer. There is a phrase about a bad penny, but I'll try and recall that later on, and I move this motion in my name. Our fourth report of 2026 sets out the committee's proposals for standing order rule changes related to the Parliament's gender-sensitive audit recommendations for Parliamentary Bureau membership, elections of the presiding officer and deputy presiding officers, and the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body. In making these proposals for standing orders rule changes, we are keen to ensure progress is made towards a gender-sensitive Parliament where equality truly exists between men and women in relation to both representation but also to participation in this Parliament. Our role as committee has been to consider the audit recommendations within the context of potential rule changes and how they would operate on practical levels and whether there are any potential unforeseen circumstances. The first rule changes relates to the Parliamentary Bureau membership. We are recommending strengthening the wording in standing orders to increase the prospect of gender balance on the Bureau from the very start of a session, and when nominating a new member if a current member ceases to hold office. The second change relates to the election of presiding officers and deputy presiding officers. We are recommending that rules are changed so that those elected cannot all be of the same gender. This change actually formalises an existing Scottish parliamentary norm, and we consider that this will protect but also embed that norm for the future. The third change relates to the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body. We gave very serious consideration to the proposals for introducing an acting SPCB member, but as we detail more fully in our report, we understand this is likely to require a change to the Scotland Act 1998, and we therefore decided we did not wish to pursue this recommendation at present. We have, however, recommended changes to standing orders wording to strengthen gender balance as an issue for consideration at the nomination stage for corporate body membership. We believe making changes to it. I'm happy to take an intervention.
Jackson Carlo.
As the only man on a corporate body dominated by women, is Mr Whitfield therefore confirming that no man would find himself in such a happy position in a future Parliament?
Martin Whitfield.
I am very gracious for the member's careful wording as to how he feels his time on corporate body has gone. And that is correct, because the recommendations strengthen the requirement for gender balance to be considered at the nomination stage, and that's important. And we believe making these changes will enhance the consideration and the process for appointment to election to these really four key roles that sit within the Parliament and make an important contribution to delivering a truly gender-sensitive Parliament. Great.
Thank you. The question on this motion will also be taken at decision time. The next item of business is consideration of motion 21049 in the name of Martin Whitfield on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee 8th Report 2026 Session 6. I'd invite members wishing to participate not to do so from a sedentary position but to press the request to speak buttons, and I call Martin Whitfield to speak to and move the motion.
I am very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer. And in these challenging times, I think we need to remember that the proposals that are being amended about is to give the next session the very best possible start it can have right from the beginning without any periods of wondering. So I move the motion in my name. This final report speaks to the committee's 8th report in 2026, and it recommends that Parliament agree to standing order rule changes to provide for conveners of the subject and mandatory committees to be elected by the whole Parliament. During the course of our committee effectiveness inquiry, those in favour of elected conveners emphasised that being elected by the whole chamber can bring a confidence and a visibility to the role. We also heard that it can create a sense of legitimacy, of accountability for a convener for the activities of their committee. It can also assist in the perception by the public that committees operate independently from the government and parties, and it affords the committee an opportunity to create a distinct identity. And I will take the intervention from Christine Graham.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I've been a convener 4 times. I've long campaigned that they should be elected, but I've also campaigned that there should be responsibility pay for that, because it's a very good convener, makes for a very good committee and a very effective committee. And I think they deserve that status. I wonder what the reflections were of your committee on paying responsibility pay to them. I have no idea what amount might have been discussed, but certainly whether in principles they were agreeable to it.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful for Christine Graham's intervention, and she does pick up, firstly, on the workload that conveners have to take on. As an innocent, naive convener at the start, I hadn't appreciated how phenomenal the workload is. And I accepted that as I grew experienced to it, because I think, as Christine Graham says, a good convener can make for a very good committee. And there are a number of people who, in our call for evidence, suggested that there should be recompense to reflect that. On discussion, we found that that was too far and too challenging a step to take at this stage, and that the process of electing conveners would, in future, allow for those discussions to take place, if that's what the Chamber in that session wanted to pursue. And I'll take the intervention from Finlay Carson.
I thank the member giving way, but does the member also appreciate that while we all expect the best of our parliamentarians, that one proposal might allow for majority-holding parties to veto candidates until they come up with one that they want? And if this rule was in place, we might not have seen the award-winning convener that we see in Douglas Ross being appointed.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful for that intervention. And we spent a great deal of time listening to evidence in relation to that. Not necessarily specifically about any award-winning convener, but the challenges that it may open itself up for manipulation. And you will see that sitting within the rules, there is the fact that if there is only a single proposal that comes through a party who holds the convenership pen for that committee, then there would only be an election if there was somebody put their hand up and said, "I object." And the other important element about this, there are very, very few secret votes in this Parliament. The presiding officer and the deputy presiding officers have the privilege of being appointed in an anonymous vote. The conveners of committees would be the same. And that was deliberately chosen, reflecting the evidence that happens in other assemblies and parliaments, because it removes that party's ability to dictate unless the individual who is voting wants to accept that. And I think we've heard, and indeed we have seen in debates and votes over the past few weeks, and indeed the very Stage 3 debate that we've just gone on, that perhaps there needs to be room for a bit more separation from party or government and individuals. And I am confident that the way that this has been proposed will allow that to happen for MSPs who remember who it is who sent them here and who they address their responsibility to. I'm happy to take a quick intervention, but I am conscious of time.
The member made a comparison there to the election of deputy presiding officers. I just want to confirm that he doesn't envisage we do more rounds of exhaustive balloting for every single committee.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, and again it gives me the opportunity to thank the member for her service on my committee and to draw me back to the purpose of here tonight. I think it is right to say it is not envisaged that there will be many, many rounds of elections in relation to it. And indeed, the proposals are that where there is only a member of a party, my apologies, it is only a member of a party that holds the pen of that convenership that can put themselves forward to be nominated, but they would require support of a member from another political party or a member not of a political party across this chamber. If there is only one member nominated and no objection, then they would become convener. If there is an objection, then there would be the secret ballot. And if more than one chair role is being considered at a single meeting, no member can nominate themselves for more than one chair. And these new rules detail the manner in which votes would be cast at the election for the convener, depending on the number of candidates in the election. Committee members can vote to recommend removal of a convener, but that removal only occurs on a motion agreed by this Parliament. Again, should these changes be agreed, then we have recommended that during the first half of Session 7, they are reviewed. And such a review includes consideration of the operation of standing orders relating to temporary, deputy and acting conveners of committees. And I was just going to say, to go back to Christine Graham's intervention earlier, allow the consideration that she raised. But I am being if it is very quick, Ms. Graham.
A brief intervention, Christine Graham, but could I also encourage the rest of the chamber to settle down a bit? Christine Graham. It's
really just for it's going to be a really stupid question because I'm really tired, but can I understand that if we vote for your report, we're not voting for all elements within it, but that the party at some point will debate the recommendations in your report? I'm not clear with regard, for instance, anonymity, voting and all that. I just want to know what we're actually going to be voting on tonight.
Can I ask that the Standards Committee reinforce the fact that members should always speak through the chair? Mr Whitfield.
I believe that the Deputy Presiding Officer is fully aware that the committee that will follow, the committee that in fact had its last meeting today, would be open to any such recommendation. So the vote tonight is on a proposed standing order rule change that will replace Rule 6.3 and then insert 11.10a, 11.10b, which will provide for the election of subject and mandatory committee conveners. So the decision taken starting at the start of the next session would be for elected conveners as outlined in our report, as outlined in the proposed amendments. And the final part was the recommendation that it be reviewed not further than halfway through the next session. And with that, Deputy Presiding Officer, I rest.
Thank you. The question on this motion will be put at decision time. At this point, I'm minded to accept a motion without notice under Rule 11.2.4 of Standing Orders that the decision time be brought forward to now. I invite the Minister to move such a motion. The question is that decision time be brought forward to now. Are we all agreed? Yes. So I'm going to have a short suspension just to allow members to get back onto the digital voting system, but it will be a very, very short suspension. Okay. There are 6 questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first question is that motion 21102 in the name of Natalie Dawn Innes on Children Care, Care Experience and Services Planning Scotland Bill at Stage 3 be agreed. As this is a motion to pass the bill, the question must be decided by division. And I invite members to cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Mark Ruskell.
Would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Ruskell. I'll make sure that is recorded. Point of order, Jim Fairley.
I'd have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Fairley. I'll ensure that is recorded. The result of the vote on motion 21102 in the name of Natalie Dawn Innes is yes 111, no 0. There were no abstentions. The amendment is there. The motion is therefore agreed, and the Children Care, Care Experience and Services Planning Scotland Bill is passed. The diplomatic veil is being stressed to destruction here. Right, the next question is that motion 21143 in the name of Jackson Carla on behalf of the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body on reimbursement of members' expenses scheme resolution be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. The next question is that motion 21144 in the name of Jackson Carla on behalf of the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body on party leaders' expenses scheme resolution be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The fourth question is that motion 21053 in the name of Martin Whitfield on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee's third report 2026 section 6 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. The next question is that motion 21052 in the name of Martin Whitfield on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee fourth report 2026 sixth session is agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. And the final question is that motion 21049 in the name of Martin Whitfield on the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee 8th Report 2026 sixth session be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on motion 21049 in the name of Martin Whitfield is yes 104, no 2. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. That concludes decision time, and I close this meeting of Parliament.